Welcome the fuck back in, motherfuckers. What the fuck is up? Other than me. Alright, so we are getting through the processes that I need to go through. So if you remember yesterday's episode, I went and I rescued Jack. We learned a little bit about her quote-unquote criminal history. We also learned that she was apparently captured as a child and experimented upon through what sounds like a series of highly illegal experiments. So, mentally, she is less than stable. And I don't say that to be mean to Miss Jack. I love her character. I think she's amazing. I have a lot of fun with her on my teams. But mentally, she is not a stable person. But, of course, you know, Jack's mental instabilities, which led to what little of a criminal record she has at the moment, or however much of it she has, not her fault. Cerberus fucking basically kidnapped the bitch, held her hostage, and fucked her up. It's not an excuse, it's an explanation. Causality, my friends. Cause and effect. Sigori, Sigor, thank you for the follow. 18 hours ago. I appreciate that. Trying to remember if that's who I raided into last night. Hey, Chef Red, what's up, my boy? My fellow Gen Xer. Could you imagine Gen X taking over the world? Holy shit. Probably forgot a few. If I did, I'm sorry. It's not intentional. You know, I honestly don't even remember where the hell I'm at right now in this game. But, well, I reckon we'll figure it out right quick and in a hurry. Hey, look, first Pokemon of the day. Alright, we are cooking right now. Getting through all this. Alright, what the hell am I doing? Oh! Okay, I remember. Yeah, I'm getting the Warlord.
Shepard, don't shoot. You know me.
That's what I'm doing.
I shut down the security cams as soon as I saw it was you. Never thought I'd say it, but I'm glad it's you shooting up the place. Sorry, ran up the Noctis. You let me go when you destroyed Saren's lab on Vermeer. Had to outrun a nuke in a utility pod, but it's still a second chance.
I assume you have a good reason for being at this lab?
Don't worry, I'm not wasting the chance you gave me. My work here, strictly beneficial. Not for the mercs. Jador's on a standard power trip. But Okir is trying to do something good, even if his methods are a little extreme. Everyone deserves a second chance, right? And sometimes giving one pays off. I take care of my debts.
What is Okir trying to do here?
It's complicated. Jador wants a private army, but Okir mostly ignores it. He's running the project for his own reasons. I created a mental imprint routine to educate his tank bred. Most don't get through it. He dumps them for some reason. He wants to help his people, but he's not looking for a genophage cure, and he's not going for numbers. That's all I know.
Finding you in a place like this makes me think letting you go was a mistake. You don't want that.
We agree on that. Don't worry. I plan on staying as far away from anything to do with you as possible. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna run like hell before you blow the place or something. I know how you work.
She seemed nice, in that mad scientist ethics for sale kind of way.
This is valuable.
It's about time. The batteries on these tanks will not wait while you play with these idiotic mercs.
Not the smartest way to greet the heavily armed group that just kicked in your door.
I'm sure whoever sent you doesn't want me dead. No one looks for me without a motive. Certainly not the deceased Shepard. Surprised. All Krogan should know you. I'm sure Rana has already revisited your actions on Vermeer.
I didn't have a lot of room for finesse. If there'd been any other solution, I'd have considered it.
But I approve. Saren's pale horde were not true Krogan. Numbers alone are nothing. The mistake of an outsider. One that these mercenaries have also made. I gave their leader my reject for her army. But she grows impatient. It's time for you to take me out of here.
Yeah, don't care. We're here about collectors.
I see. Yes, collector attacks have increased. A human concern. My requests were focused elsewhere. I acquired the knowledge to create one pure soldier. With that, I will inflict upon the genophage the greatest insult an enemy can suffer. To be ignored.
search for the perfect soldier created a lot of failures. You don't care about them?
I failed no one. My rejects are exactly what Jador asked for. She simply lacks the ability to command. They are strong, healthy, and useless to me. I need perfection. If a few thousand are rejected, so be it. My work will purify the Krogan. We will not be restored. We will be renewed.
I thought the Krogan ideal was a return to the numbers that threatened the galaxy.
We will not need numbers. My soldier is a template. It is a greater threat than all the Phantom siblings that would have been at its flank. The galaxy still bears the scars of the Horde, but it will learn to fear the Lance.
You're just as cruel and manipulative as those who released the genophage on your people.
Perhaps. But I will restore the Krogan, and my soldier will not provoke a nuclear response as a cure or Horde would. My legacy is perfection, with each pure Krogan reaching higher by standing on our dead. They will exceed, but not forget.
What did you get from the collectors? I need whatever you know about them.
They are strange, so isolated, yet very available when your sacrifice is big enough. I gave them mini Krogan. I may have information for you, but the tech was consumed in my prototype, after I determined how to use it without killing the subjects. The deaths were unfortunate, but I only need one success to start the process.
So you don't want to cure the genophage?
Contrary to what survivors claim, the genophage does not produce strong Krogan. The only quality it filters is the ability to survive the genophage. For every 1,000 stillborn, too many weaklings live. Every survivor is branded as precious. That's produced more cuddling than your collective human teats. I say, let us carry the genophage. Let 1,000 die in a clutch. We will defeat it by climbing atop our dead. That is the Krogan way.
I'm getting you out of here. Cerberus has interrogators who can figure out if you're useful or not.
Any group that's spent enough to rebuild you won't care what it does to me. Perhaps we can strike a deal. One that secures my prototype. It is key.
Pokeballs out.
That weak will. She'll kill my legacy with a damn valve. Shepard, you want information on the collectors? Stop her. She'll try to access contaminants in the storage bay.
Now you know something? Don't jerk me around, Okir.
I will give you everything I can. My legacy must not suffer this insult. Jador will be with the rejected tanks. Kill her. I will stay and do what must be done.
Shut that bitch up now.
They've seen us. Life signs are failing rapidly. I recommend haste.
Contamination detected. Emergency vent in progress. Contamination detected. Emergency vent in progress.
After all he's done, he was willing to die to save this thing? Must be valuable.
Crack it open. Let's see what a pure Krogan's got.
A pure Krogan could pack a hell of a punch. We can always use another heavy hitter.
Yeah, a heavy hitter, not a raging monster. But you're the boss.
Normandy, Okier is a no-go, but we have a package that needs retrieval. And he's a big one.
But I have concerns about waking it.
Yeah, you've said that a few times now.
A normal Krogan is dangerous. This one was created and likely educated by a madman.
Thursday was now. Before I could ask why he had kept that from me, Officer Shaw's radio crackled. Dispatch had received an anonymous report claiming stolen charity money was hidden at my address. The caller had described the red pouch, the amount of cash, and the exact place where it would be found. Officer Shaw looked at the open box.
There's no way he's getting out unless one of us lets him out.
Or unless Okier installed some sort of failsafe. Or a malfunction causes the tank to shut down.
I'm not saying we take a crowbar to it right now, but I'm not giving up a potential resource.
It's your decision, Commander. Just be careful.
Noted. The cargo hold is safe enough while I decide what to do with him.
The elusive man wishes to speak to you in a debriefing room. Lila stared at the tissue in our mother's hand as if it were the most important thing in the room. I pushed the letter back. No audit, no resignation. Robert's face barely changed, and you were choosing a public process. 2 hours later, the red pouch appeared on my doorstep. The police stayed until a detective from the Financial Crimes Unit arrived. Detective Maya Torres listened without interrupting, then asked for the names of everyone who had access to the office safe, the accounting system, and the gala deposit schedule. My father had the master safe code. My mother knew the schedule. Lila could enter after hours. Angela, our board secretary, managed
Shepard, I think we have them. Horizon, one of our colonies in the terminus systems, just went silent. If it isn't under attack, it soon will be. Has Morden delivered the countermeasure for the Seeker swarms?
Not yet.
Let's hope he works well under pressure. There's something else you should know. One of your former crew, Caden Alenko, is stationed on Horizon.
Last I knew, Caden was Alliance. Why is he out in the terminus systems?
Officially, it's an outreach program to improve Alliance relations with the colonies, but they're up to something. And if they send Commander Alenko, it must be big. I suggest you take it up with him.
I pulled my arm away. I came from Grandma's scholarship. She smiled wider because 2 donors were watching. Then sit in the back and do not make this harder. Halfway through the program, Robert took the microphone. He thanked the community.
We should send a message to the Citadel. The Alliance can give us reinforcements.
Not until you investigate. I don't want the Alliance getting in our way. Once you have the situation under control, I'll send the message personally.
The Collectors just happened to pick a colony with one of my former crew. I don't buy it.
It shouldn't be a surprise the Collectors are interested in you, especially if they're working for the Reapers. They might be going after him to get to you.
Send the coordinates. We'll head straight there.
This is the most warning we've ever had, Shepard. Good luck.
Joker, set a course for Horizon. I've got to go see the professor. Tell me you have something.
Yes.
Lola, we've got a problem.
Still can't calibrate the targeting matrix?
Those defense towers are useless if we don't figure it out.
Sorry, Commander. Getting our comm systems back online takes priority.
Yeah. Okay. Surprised people haven't tried to blame that one on me, too.
People out here don't trust the Alliance. It's nothing personal. What is that?
Get everyone to the safe house. I'll cover you. Run! Hurry!
Assuming control. We are the harbinger of their perfection. Prepare these humans for ascension.
You sure those armor upgrades will protect us from the Seeker swarms?
Certainty impossible, but in limited numbers should confuse detection, make us invisible to swarms. In theory.
That doesn't sound good.
Pokeballs out.
Only test is contact with Seeker swarms. Look forward to seeing if you survive.
Cloaking! Going silent.
Collectors are disrupting communications.
We're on our own now.
Enemies!
Going silent. Here goes.
Oh, shit.
Going silent. Ha! Eat it!
Those things look
Love
like
that Shadow Strike.
The Geth got that technology from Sovereign.
Looks like Mr. Elusive was right. The collectors are working for the Reapers.
My sister pushed me off my chair at my father's birthday dinner and told me to eat on the floor. She had no idea my phone was about to end her life as she knew it. When my own sister shoved me out of my chair and I hit the hardwood at my father's birthday dinner, the sound I heard first wasn't my elbow cracking against the floor.
I'll take it.
Not gasps, not silence. Laughter, full, easy, the kind that comes from people who've been waiting for permission to enjoy this. My cousins laughed. Vanessa's husband Blake laughed into
This thing used to be human, didn't it? Is it one of the colonists?
No. On Eden Prime, victims were turned into husks by impaling them on spikes. We haven't seen any. The collectors must have brought the husks. They're taking the colonists alive to something else.
My father's 71st birthday, and every single person laughing at me on that floor knew with total certainty who had paid for the dinner in front of them. I looked up from the floor at my sister, standing over me in a cream Reformation dress, arms crossed, looking down at me like I was
These aren't the same creatures I fought on Eden Prime. They're more advanced. Evolved.
They can still be killed.
Collectors must be experimenting on the colonists. What are they up to?
I'm trying not to think about it.
The only way to find out is to stop them.
The collectors aren't getting away with more victims. Let's move out.
Yes, ma'am.
This is creepy. Where'd they all go?
It's like Freedom's Progress.
On our right.
Now you see me.
Here we go.
Choking.
Can I do that?
Maybe she had a point. I was never
some kind of stasis field. Keeps you conscious but completely helpless.
They've been like this a long time.
Sir Gore! Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Thank you for the motherfucking raid! Hello, Crab! You know, they make medicine for that. I'm sorry, but your name just kind of... It screamed for me to make the joke. I mean, can you blame me? You come into my chat room, you've got a name with the word crab in it. Can you blame me for making a joke about the name, sir? Oh, the old Zelda cartoon that originally started airing during one of the several variations of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. See, I'm old. I know these things. What the fuck is ball knowledge? I don't know what that is. I have never heard that term before in all of my 47 years. Please explain that. No, not once in 47, a little over 47 years of living. Never once heard that. No prank. Fucking dead serious. I have never heard that. Oh, it's okay, Sir Gore. I get that a lot. It's fine. I don't fucking mind. Run, bitch, run! Also, just to be fair, you're saying that ball knowledge basically means a set of knowledge that is a niche fact, like something that most individuals wouldn't know. I disagree with you when it comes to the Super Mario Brothers Super Show and Zelda, the Zelda cartoon that started from that. And there are two reasons I disagree with you on that being niche knowledge. First and foremost, do you know how big the Zelda community is? Like, seriously, it's one of the biggest communities on the fucking planet. Okay? There's no way that particular quote would be niche when you have a community with that many games, that much media involvement, and that big of a fan base. That would be kind of akin to saying that till all or one shall stand, one shall fall from the Transformers franchise would be considered niche. despite the fact that Transformers is perhaps the single largest fan base on the planet. Everybody knows those quotes. Hell, I grew up on Transformers G1 when it was still brand new, and we got new episodes every week. Like, that was one of the things I watched Saturday morning cartoons to watch, was fucking Transformers, bitch. I know that. I know my Transformers. I know it very well. So, I disagree with claiming that, excuse me, princess, as a quote from a franchise as famous as Zelda with as large of a fan base as Zelda would be considered niche. I also disagree with it on the grounds that the Super Mario Brothers Super Show is fucking everywhere today. Like, you can find it all over the place and watch it. It has now become one of the most famous video game-based live-action and or cartoon shows on the face of the planet. If not the most famous, with a massive fan base that goes all the way back to the original Donkey Kong game and all the way back to the original Mario Brothers game from the arcades and the Commodore 64 and the Apple Mac computer systems. So, because the franchise of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show is that big and it is that popular, especially today with it being introduced to generation after generation, and because the Zelda cartoon started on that show, I would disagree with it being niche knowledge because of that as well. Because now you're tying in two different franchises from perhaps the biggest video gaming company on the face of the planet, and has been for 40 years, Nintendo. Like, it's hard to say quotes or knowledge of shows would be niche when they're that big a set of franchises and from the single largest, to my knowledge, video game company on the face of the planet. Like, don't get me wrong, Microsoft is huge. Sony is huge. We've got a few others out there like Bethesda. God, who's the guys behind Red Dead Redemption? Because they're fucking massive. Blizzard, a few others, are all like massive companies. Rockstar, I think, yeah. But none of them are as big or as long-lasting with the longevity as Nintendo has had. I mean, Nintendo created the second ever home video game system. Actually, the third, because there were two versions of the Atari. And I don't remember who the fuck made the Atari, but I know they're no longer in business, haven't been for decades. They got bought out by somebody. But they created technically the third home video game system in human history. Think about that. Blitzwing would be one. Omega Supreme. He didn't get very much exposure or very many episodes. He didn't become well known until about 20 years ago. And they did Omega dirty. They did the Constructicons. The Constructicons, in my mind, would be considered by what you're using, from what I'm gathering as a definition for it, they would be considered niche just because of the multiple origin stories they have in G1, at least in the cartoon. Now, I understand the comics, they have a more solid, more defined origin story, a singular origin story, but in the cartoon, there are two different origin stories. The end of Season 1, War Dawn, Heavy Metal War, Heavy Metal War, the final episode of Season 1, Megatron specifically states in the episode he built the Constructicons on Earth. But in this mid-season 2 episode, The Secret of Omega Supreme, you can tell I know my Transformers, especially my G1. In the mid-season episode of Transformers G1 Season 2, Omega Supreme says that he knew the Constructicons on fucking Cybertron millions and millions and millions and millions of fucking years ago, that he was friends with them and that they worked on Crystal City and the other cities, and then he discovered later that Megatron attacked them with the Robo Smasher, turned them evil, which is why they turned and betrayed Omega, attacked Omega and destroyed Crystal City, among other locations on Cybertron. So there is a definitive conflict between origin stories in the Transformers G1 cartoon / anime. Now, my understanding is, in the comics, that conflict is not there. I can't say that for certain. I have not read those comics as yet. I am actually currently working on increasing my collection to a point where I have everything I could get. Actually, 3 episodes. The Rebirth Part 1 through 3 in Season 4. Which is, actually, you may be thinking of the comedy TV show Dinosaurs, which pulled a Transformers, and its final season, Season 4, only had 3 or 4 episodes. Which upset me, because I fucking love that show. That show was funny, and the baby is one of my favorite all-time fantasy and or science fiction characters. Now, getting back to your niche knowledge, as you put it, which I disagree with it being niche knowledge, considering how popular the franchise is, how huge the fan base is. I disagree with it being niche knowledge. But here's another one. Defensor. The God, what was it? I forget the subgroup name. Oh, we'll wait on the ad. We'll wait on the ad. It's fine. Oh, no. I remember him now. All right, the Protectobots and Defensor would be another not very well known subgroup of the Autobots and Decepticons. They only featured in what? 3, maybe 4 episodes, and they didn't even feature that much in more than one. And one of them was an episode dealing with the Insecticons, if I remember correctly. A second episode was the one where Megatron pulled Cybertron into Earth's orbit in an attempt to destroy the planet and all of his enemies, as well as gather a massive amount of Energon that he was going to steal and give to Cybertron, etc. It was a kind of a convoluted, fucked up plot. Well, to be fair to the Technobots, they're not niche per se when it comes to the Transformers franchise. Because after their original introduction in other things, they have had a chance to really shine in at least the comics. I understand that there have been plenty of storylines that specifically featured the Technobots. But to be fair about their entrance into G1, they came in like 3/4 of the way or towards the end of season 3, and I think at that point Hasbro had already decided that they weren't going much further with the Transformers cartoon. So they introduced the Technobots, gave them one episode titled Grimlock's New Brain, if I remember the title, and just kind of showcased a little bit of what they could do. Then, during the Rebirth episodes in Season 4, we do see the Technobots a little bit. They get brief spotlights here on screen, but they don't focus on them. It's just during that whole massive fight on Cybertron that led to the new golden age of Cybertron, with Cybertron becoming re-energized with Energon, which had been like the biggest problem Cybertron had had to that point, was a lack of Energon to fuel the processes that needed fueled on the planet. So I don't think the Technobots could truly be considered niche, because unlike, say, the Protectobots and their combined form of Defensor, they never were given much of a chance to be spotlighted or shine. They really only got one episode, and honestly, they got maybe half of that episode. So 20-25 minutes worth of screen time, they got maybe 10 to 12 and a half minutes of it that were focused purely on them. And half of that half was their construction and education by Grimlock. So they're not niche in the sense that they got enough screen time to be made aware of by the fan base. If they're niche by any definition, they're niche by the definition of they came in too late towards the end of the entirety of the series to get any real activity or screen time out of it. That's the problem. And don't get me wrong, I love the Technobots. Like, I thought that was a fantastic addition. But again, because of when they came into the series, they never really got a chance to really go. They got screwed in a way similar to kind of how Rodimus got screwed. in the sense that, well, okay, it's not in the same vein, but they got screwed just like Rodimus did. But Rodimus got screwed for a different reason. Rodimus got screwed because of cancel culture. Hasbro either realized and didn't care, or didn't realize exactly how much of a hero to children across the planet Optimus really was. So when they killed Optimus in the beginning of the 86 film, it really upset kids across the world, but most especially here in America. When that happened, the parents got sick of the kids being pissed about it and upset, and they bitched to Hasbro. And this all happened in that space of time between the original release of the film in theaters, and the first like 5 or 6 episodes of season 3 coming out. So Hasbro decide, well, we'll bring him back, then we'll kill him, then we'll bring him back, then we'll kill him, then we'll bring him back, then we'll kill him again, then we'll bring him back permanently. And because of Hasbro making that decision, the episodes that were supposed to feature Rodimus growing into his role as Prime really didn't happen. And then when Optimus was permanently returned to the field in a convoluted bullshit episode that still doesn't make any sense to this day, and I've rewatched it millions of times, it seems like, at this point. Rodimus was just thrown aside, and he gave up the Matrix back to Optimus, which I think was bullshit. I really think it was bullshit. I wanted to see, like, I admit, as a kid, I wanted Rodimus gone. When I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, you know, when I was knee-high to a grasshopper, I wanted Rodimus gone, out of the picture permanently. I fucking hated him for replacing Optimus. But I was a fucking dumbass kid back then. And I really didn't know anywhere near as much as I claimed or thought I did. I was the absolute definition of young, dumb, and full of fucking cum, as we say in my generation. Like, I was dumber than shit. Bricks were smarter than I am when I was that age. And I admit it freely now. I've grown up enough and gained enough intelligence and wisdom to understand exactly how fucking stupid I was as a kid. Like, that's part of the growing up process. So I understood how dumb I was back then. But as an adult, I have rewatched the entirety of the G1 series. And I understand now that one of, if not the single worst decision that Hasbro made post 1986 animated film was giving in to the parents and bringing back Optimus like 4 times in season 3. And then killing him off 3 of those 4 times, and then bringing him back with no explanation of how the fuck that happens. Like, if you remember correctly, one time they brought Optimus back, and I think it was the second time they brought him back. It was the Quintessence just mysteriously revived him somehow. had him leading the Quintesson fleet in an effort to destroy the Autobots and then the Decepticons. But Optimus ended up breaking free of their mind control enough to send his ship into an exploding Quintessa, an exploding planet, in an effort to take out the Quintessons and stop their plan. How the fuck did Prime's body survive the explosion of a literal fucking planet? Like, that motherfucker sped right into the center of that shit. How did he survive that to be brought back a third time? There's no explanation for it in any of the episodes. Like, no, they didn't. No. That was something entirely fucking different that didn't have to do with Optimus somehow surviving being in the center of an exploding fucking planet. A planet that is, mind you, from what I've heard, rumored to be at least as big as the planet Earth is in real life. How the fuck did he survive that? They have never explained that. They just brought him back again a little bit later. Like 6 episodes later. Like, the whole way Hasbro went about it was fucking bullshit. Now, I kind of wish Hasbro had done it the way that they do it with multiple leaders in the anime. Because that's happened multiple times. Convoy, as he's often named, something Convoy, in Japan's anime, has more than once been not the leader, but a co-leader of the Autobot forces. And I wish they would have just fucking done that with Optimus and Rodimus. I wish they would have just brought him back the one time, never given him the Matrix back, let Rodimus keep it, and have him be Rodimus's ultimate mentor, where he's guiding Rodimus through all the trials and tribulations of new leadership, much like he was guided through it by his own mentor millions of years ago, Alpha Trion. I wish they would have done it that way. Because the bringing Optimus back 3 times, killing him 3 times, then bringing him back a 4th time and making that one permanent just doesn't make fucking sense, especially considering the amount of sheer damage and abuse that Optimus's body took being brought back 3 times previously, then killed 3 times previously, including one of those times being in the middle of the heart of a planet fucking exploding. Like, make it make sense. Because it doesn't. It hurts the mind if you think about it too much, which is unfortunate. But yes, I would absolutely say the Protectobots would be the 4th. Honestly, I would have to say Triple Changers in general would be that 5th slot. Because again, the Triple Changers got enough screen time to be known, but not enough to really be popular. Because you got 3 or 4 of them on the Decepticon side. You got at least 2 of them I know of on the Autobot side, with Springer, and then, who is it? Sandstorm? on the Autobot side, he's only featured in the one episode where he's protecting Octane while Octane is being hunted by the Decepticons for being a traitor. And then ends up being taken over by Starscream an episode or two previously and made to do a bunch of shit. It's a weird plot, but it tracks. No, Trax himself is not a triple changer. Trax himself is not a triple changer. He never was a triple changer. Just like, I guess, technically speaking, Omega Supreme does not qualify as a triple changer either, or a combiner, which is weird considering his transformations and multiple modes, etc. But like official Transformers websites do not count Omega as a triple changer or a combiner. I disagree with it considering that when he's not in robot form, he has the rocket, the tank on the track, and the defensive base, which all are more than capable of acting independently of one another. As we've seen, matter of fact, we saw the best example of that in the Key to Vector Sigma episodes, part 1 and 2, which introduced the aerial bots and the only really ground force the Decepticons had. Stunticons, thank you. I have so much knowledge it's hard to recall parts of it on the fly when put on the spot. But you see the rocket form of Omega takes the Autobots to Cybertron and then brings them home and then blows the fuck up. And they never did really explain why that happened. I don't understand that. And then he's, with the help of humanity like Sparkplug and Daniel and Ratchet and Wheeljack, he's rebuilt, fixed, and comes back towards the end of that 2-part episode. To me, the only reason they had Omega blow up the way they did was because of the lesson that fixing him, combining human and Autobot abilities, that lesson helped teach the aerial bots a lot of what they needed to know about who they are, what they are, who their team is, all that kind of thing. I think that's the only reason they blew up Omega Supreme the way they did in that episode. Because we've seen Omega tank point-blank shots from some of the strongest beings in the Transformers multiverse. He's tanked point-blank blows from Unicron, as far as I understand it, Galvatron, Megatron, G-Axis. Like, he's got fucked up pretty badly, and he's never blown up like that at all that I know of. And they didn't even explain what caused him to blow up in that particular set of episodes. So it doesn't make any sense except as a plot device to teach a valuable lesson to the aerial bots later in the episode. But yeah, it's just the biggest thing I've noticed when it comes to G1, and this goes for the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers series as well, which I was a teenager when that debuted. And I'm a huge PR fan. The biggest thing I notice that grants popularity to original series of franchises like Power Rangers and Transformers is nostalgia. Like, they get that popularity from kids who grow up watching it. But if you're an adult and you go back and you rewatch it, you see just how really terrible those series were. Like, I love Transformers, don't get me wrong, but Transformers G1 was god-awful. So many conflicting origin stories and just general storylines and all this and all that. Terrible animation. Like, Daniel was honestly cringy as fuck. What's her name they brought in as Daniel's love interest during his teenage years? Carly or what the fuck ever. She was cringy as fuck. If you actually watch it, you realize that the version of Optimus and the version of Megatron were just god-awful. They were about the worst possible leaders you could have given either faction. Like, honestly, Megatron was the biggest pussy ever. He retreated from so many fights he could have still won. He quit so many plans halfway through that it could have still come together and accomplish shit for him. He's just a pussy. He is a piece of shit pussy of a leader. He really is. I fucking hate the G1 version of Megatron. I despise him. Starscream was a much better leader. As insane as Screamer may be, he was a much better leader. He at least had some fucking balls to him. And Prime, holy shit. When the bar is that low, though, Crab, your comment doesn't end up meaning shit because it's a bar that's far too easy to walk over. Like, let's be real about it. And getting back to Optimus, like, Optimus was such a pussy too. There were so many times he retreated in a fight to quote-unquote regroup when he actually could have very easily won the fight. Or at least pushed it to a stalemate or a draw. There were so many times he put so many people in danger, including Spike, including Daniel, including his fellow Autobots, including Sparkplug, including Carly, including entire cities worth of fucking people, when he didn't need to do that. And then he's like, well, all life is sacred and blah, 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 blah. Really, motherfucker? Really, motherfucker? All life is sacred, so that's why you constantly put so many people, so many members of other species in danger by allowing the Decepticons to go into fights around them and their cities. The fuck is wrong with you? If you really believed that all life was sacred, you would not allow your opponent to goad you into fights in the middle of population centers. You fucking retarded piece of shit. That version of Optimus is easily one of the worst versions of an alleged leader of a faction I have seen in anything. And I have seen some really bad leaders. And that version of Megatron is equally as bad. He's supposed to be like this evil overlord of evil, and he's such a fucking pussy. Grow some goddamn balls, you stupid metallic son of a bitch, and show us your evilness. Like, fuck me. And no, the Robo Smasher wasn't evil. Not in and of itself. Because they could have captured the Robo Smasher, wiped its programming, and then used it to forcibly turn the forcibly turned Autobots that were turned Decepticons back into fucking Autobots. There is nothing in the lore that says that the Autobots could not have done that with the Robo Smasher. The Robo Smasher in and of itself was not evil or good. It's actually pretty fucking neutral in and of itself. It's how it was used that made it evil or good. That's the difference. But yeah, like there's a lot of things with original franchises, original series that open up a franchise, which if you actually watch them were really bad and really cringy. Like, I've gone back and I've rewatched the original 3 seasons of MMPR, and to be honest, that show was cringy as fuck. Like, I come back, I started rewatching it about 15 years after it originally debuted, and I started watching this, and I was looking at that, I was like, holy Christ, my dude. This is one of the cringiest fucking shows I've ever seen. Like, straight up, it is one of the cringiest shows I've ever seen. And what they did to the original attempt to introduce Masked Rider to an American audience by making it into an American series, that is one of the biggest insults to Japanese tokusatsu, Japanese metal heroes, I've ever seen. We did a lot better with Masked Rider Dragon Knight, I think is what we called the series. A lot better with that, but that was still really fucking super cringy. And it was still a very big insult to its parent show from Japan. I believe that was called Masked Rider, I think, Ryumi. If memory serves me correctly, I might be wrong about the title. Don't quote me on that. My favorite isn't a singular Transformer. It's a subgroup. Specifically, actually, it's a subgroup plus one other from the other faction. Trailbreaker was a bitch. My subgroup is the Dinobots. Now, to be fair, it started because, like, all boys are taught to be fans of dinosaurs. The problem is, most males, once they hit about 13 or 14, start kind of going, fuck dinosaurs. I never did. I still love dinosaurs to this day. They are perhaps my favorite species that's ever lived on the planet Earth. I'm still a huge fan of dinosaurs. I actually still read up about new paleontological studies and things like that every so often. Like, I try to keep up a little bit with that field of study, but I'm not a paleontologist. I've never been scholastically motivated enough for that. My other favorite is a singular bot. I mentioned him before. You might be able to guess him before I say it. Here I go. 1, 2, 3. Starscream. Starscream was single-handedly the best fucking Decepticon in G1. Single-handedly. There are no ifs, no ands, no buts, and I absolutely refuse to be argued with. I will die on this hill. Starscream was the best Decepticon in G1, at least in terms of the cartoon and the anime. And I feel Starscream should have been the actual Decepticon leader. He got fucked just as badly in his own way at leadership as Rodimus did. They didn't get fucked at leadership in the exact same fashion, but both of them were fucked over at being leaders. Rodimus deserved a chance. I liked Rodimus Prime. I really did. Like, I rewatched G1 for the first time about the same time I started rewatching the original MMPR series. Fell in love with Rodimus. I really did. And I have been a staunch supporter of Rodimus Prime for at least 2 decades at this point. Or going on 2 decades. I adore Rodimus. I think Rodimus was a fantastic choice. Mainly because he wasn't the obvious choice. Think about that for a minute. In G1, at least in the cartoon, the obvious choices were like Bumblebee or maybe Ratchet or Ultra Magnus. Or even Cup, potentially. Like, those were your obvious choices for the next Prime when the time came. Matter of fact, during his death scene, Optimus specifically hands the Matrix to Magnus and gives him leadership. But we notice that the Matrix doesn't react to him. And then he drops it. And when Hot Rod dashes in to grab it before it hits the ground, nobody at that point was expecting the Matrix to react to Hot Rod. Nobody was expecting it. But it did. Briefly, for like half a second. But it reacted to Hot Rod. That was your first hint that Hot Rod was your next Prime. And then they go through over half a movie with Galvatron trying to steal the Matrix and then eventually stealing it from Magnus. But really, how useful during the course of that film was Ultra Magnus compared to Hot Rod? How many times did Magnus solve a problem or get him out of a sticky situation compared to Hot Rod? Now, admittingly, Cup was with Hot Rod pretty much the entire time. So that accounts for at least part of what he did in that film and how he did it and why he did it. A lot of it was Hot Rod's own personal ingenuity. Just kind of slightly guided along by the eccentric Cup. Magnus died in the movie, at least briefly. They had to fucking they had to convince the fucking Junkions to fucking repair him. Like, the fuck? And who convinced the Junkions? Hot Rod and Cup. Magnus lands on their planet and it's nothing but a fight. Hot Rod and Cup show up and all of a sudden they make friends with the Junkions. Like, that right there tells you just how shitty Magnus is. Magnus was a fighter, nothing more, nothing less. He was not a leader. Especially not in the leader of an entire goddamn faction. Magnus was fucking useless. He made one good decision in the entirety of the movie. One. And that's when Galvatron and the Sweeps and Cyclonus were coming after him the first time. And they had that fight in space while they were traveling. He decided to detonate 3/4 of their shuttle rather than blow up all of it with them inside of it. That was realistically the only smart or wise decision in the whole movie that Ultra Magnus made. It was the only smart thing or wise thing he did, said, or decision he made. In the whole of what, 90 minutes of a movie? Of an animated film? Was it like 90 some odd minutes? If I remember right? How the fuck are you going to promote him as a leader, a major leader within the Autobot faction for that much of that film? But yet have him be the most useless piece of shit in the whole movie. Like, I don't understand that decision. If you're going to have Optimus when he dies, pass him the Matrix, make him at least the new temporary leader of the Autobot faction, then even if he's a temporary leader, that leader needs to be capable of making decisions that are beneficial on a consistent basis and needs to demonstrate the capability and capacity to actually lead his people. Like, you know you're a shit leader when the Dinobots don't fucking respect you. You know why the Dinobots followed Optimus? Optimus proved his leadership ability to them. It took like the better part of 2 or 3 fucking episodes, but Optimus proved enough to the Dinobots. They officially, at least for a while, accepted Optimus as their leader until they turned on Optimus during the episode where they got sent to Cybertron for the first time to the episode where the Autobots were needing a metal or a substance called Cybertronium. No, it wasn't the Dinobot Island episodes. God, I can't remember the name of the episodes off the top of my head, but yeah, they were. It was an episode where the Autobots and Decepticons started going fucking haywire. They stopped functioning correctly. They needed a substance called Cybertronium, which could only be mined on Cybertron. They tried to turn to the Dinobots. I think that may have been the title. Optimus turned to the Dinobots, tried to convince them to go out there and get them some Cybertronium, but the Dinobots were like, we're not fucking listening to you anymore, you dumb son of a bitch. We're doing our own shit. Fuck you. And then, Spike Witwicky ended up kind of tricking them to going to Cybertron, and then they didn't come back or contact him or anything. So Spike and Carly went to Cybertron, while Sparkplug, Spike's dad, stayed on Earth, and Spike and Carly ended up helping the Dinobots break free of being enslaved by Shockwave and get Cybertronium and return them to Earth to fix the Autobots. That might have been desertion of the Dinobots. I don't remember. I do remember that the only reason they had to turn to the dinos, though, was because the dinos were built on Earth and thus weren't built using Cybertronium. Which begs an entirely different set of questions, given the events of that particular episode, that I'm not going to go into just yet, because I need to get up, go take me a piss, go grab me some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Well, she's my sister and those kids need a roof over their heads. Nancy, I need to talk to you about something, Sarah said on the phone.
Alright, crap.
Sounded weird, like she was planning something. Would it be okay?
But if you're still here, let me just say this.
I smiled.
We see that
They were good kids.
in G1
Handfuls sometimes.
that without this substance Cybertronium, after a while, Transformers stop working if they're built on Cybertron.
Even got some of those fruit snacks the boys love.
So I am wondering, was a fault of that nature built into the Dinobots who weren't built on Cybertron according to G1 cartoon lore? Now, mind you, that lore does conflict with lore from other aspects of G1, such as comics and shit. But I'm wondering, given they were supposedly built on Earth using Earth metal, and this would actually go for the Combaticons as well. Think about it, because Starscream stole their sparks and put them in Earth vehicles, so this would go for them as well. After a time, would they have to be reinfused with specific types of Earth substances to maintain functionality? Or was that flaw purged during their creation?
I'll help you find a new apartment, but you can't just move in here without permission. Sarah's face got that stubborn look. She pulled out her phone and dialed the number. Hi, it's Sarah. Yeah,
Well, to my knowledge,
just like we discussed. Yes, she's being difficult.
there is nothing
She shoved the phone at me. I had no choice but to take it.
that says anything about it either way.
Sweet and concerned.
I've never seen or heard of anything that talks about that,
Of course, dear. We talked about it last
but it's certainly a troubling
You should be happy.
possibility, I think.
But Mom, I never agreed to this. I need my space to work, and I can't just take care of two kids. Nancy Elizabeth, I'm very disappointed in you. Your sister is going through a hard time.
Alright,
and family
see you later.
Those children need stability, and you're being selfish. The guilt hit me like a truck. I looked at Jake and Tommy, who were watching me with big eyes, and felt terrible. I handed the phone back to Sarah, feeling defeated. See, it's all settled, Sarah said, smiling. Don't worry, Nancy. We'll only stay a few months. Just until I find a better job and can afford a nicer place. Maybe even get a babysitter for the boys. I doubted that, but what could I do? The kids were already here with all their stuff, and my parents were clearly on Sarah's side. Fine, I said, but we need to set some ground rules. Absolutely, we'll stay out of your way, I promise. Looking back now, I should have known that promise wouldn't last. The first few weeks weren't as bad as I thought they'd be. Sarah actually kept her word about staying out of my way. She had this part-time job at a retail store. Usually in the morning, the boys would start around 3 and come home.
I am assuming direct control.
Needed her space. Or sometimes I would or ask for help with math problems. I forgot how smart kids could be when they weren't being monsters. Sarah was actually being a decent house guest. She did her own laundry, kept the boys' stuff organized in their shared bedroom, and even helped with groceries sometimes. When my parents came over,
I know you feel this. We fight as one.
look how well everyone watching Jake and Tommy play video games in the living room.
My attacks will tear you apart.
Going dark.
Nancy, I'm going to be working more hours, she announced one Tuesday morning.
We are assuming control.
Going silent.
You will not stop me. The dead are useless. This is what you face. attacks will tear you apart.
Welcome back, Sir Gore. I have to ask you. Did you get your name from Yu-Gi-Oh? Specifically, Yu-Gi-Oh! The Link Show, that introduced Link monsters. Because there's a character in that show whose name is Gore. Like, literally, that's his name. So I had to ask. So you can kind of understand why I asked.
When Jake's teacher called about a parent-teacher conference, Mrs. Chen wants to meet about Jake's math grades. I told Sarah one morning, "Can't you go?"
Company.
I'm busy that day.
Get out here, now!
His parent. You need to go to these things. Nancy, please, you're better at the school stuff anyway. You help him with homework more than I do.
You're human.
So I went to the parent.
What are you doing out here? You leave them right here.
To be Jake's guardian while Mrs. Chen talked about his progress and behavior. It was humiliating. That night, I called my mother.
You had to hear them trying to get in. Seems like it's hard to hide from the collectors.
First thing, the collectors? You mean, they're real? I thought they were just made up, you know, propaganda to keep us in Alliance space.
No, they got Lilith. I saw her go down. Stan, too. They got damn near everybody.
You're exaggerating, dear. Sarah deserves some happiness. Just be patient with her. I hung up, feeling completely alone. Even my own mother was taking Sarah's side, making excuses for her terrible behavior. The boys were starting to notice too. Tommy asked me one morning why his mom was never home anymore, and I didn't know what to tell him. Jake was getting quieter, more withdrawn.
As to my class. Give me a minute, we'll get to that.
Sarah was barely home anymore, and when she was, she acted like she owned the place. She'd eat the food I bought, leave her dishes in the sink, and expect me to clean up after her. The boys were basically living like they had no mother at all. The worst part was watching Jake and Tommy try to get her attention when she was home. They'd run up to her with drawings from school and want to tell her about their day, and she'd just brush them off. I could see the hurt in their eyes. These kids needed their mother, and she was too busy chasing men to care. One afternoon, I was working in my office when I heard this.
Checking my tabs on my laptop, re-upping a few things, etc.
Followed by a scream. My heart jumped into my throat, and I ran downstairs as fast as I could. Tommy was standing in the living room next to my antique vase, which was now in pieces. He was crying and holding his leg, and I could see blood seeping through his jeans. What happened? I asked, kneeling down next to him. We were playing tag, Jake said, his face pale. Tommy was running and he knocked into the table. The vase fell on his leg. I pulled up Tommy's pant leg and saw a deep gash on his shin. It was bleeding pretty bad.
Hello, Mystic. Coffee of Death, welcome in. I knew I forgot a few. Dewey Blue Eye and oh wow, Sherry Lee and a few others.
That's when she slapped me, hard, right across the face. I stood there, stunned, with my cheek burning. Get out, I said quietly. Get out of my house right now. I'm done with this. You can't kick us out. We have nowhere to go. That's not my problem anymore. You have until tomorrow to find somewhere else to live, or I'm calling the police. Sarah laughed, but it wasn't a nice sound. You won't call the police. Think about what that would do to the boys. She was right, and we both knew it. I looked at Jake and Tom.
Hello, Narthanes?
I mean it, Sarah. She just smirked and went upstairs. The next morning was Saturday. I was having coffee when Sarah came downstairs.
Name I'm unfamiliar with. I don't know exactly how to pronounce properly, but welcome the fuck in.
She left without saying goodbye to the boys, who were still asleep. I spent the morning cleaning up the broken vase and playing with Jake and Tommy, trying to act normal. Sarah came back around noon, and she had this weird triumphant look on her face. Nancy, we need to talk, she said, waving the papers at me. What are those? Medical records from Tommy's hospital visit yesterday.
Thank you, Crab, for the follow. And like I said earlier, Gore, thank you for the follow from about 20 hours ago. I believe when I raided into your channel last night. There we go. Now let's see. I don't remember, but I'll check once I'm through this conversation.
What's your name? What do you do here?
Name's Deland. Mechanic. I came down to check on the main grid after we lost our comm signals. And I heard screaming. I looked outside and there were swarms of bugs. Everyone they touched just froze. I sealed the doors.
I also found several videos of Sarah coming home drunk late at night.
Damn it, it's the Alliance's fault. They stationed that Commander Alenko here and built those defense towers. It made us a target.
Sarah had no idea what was coming for her. My parents arrived around 5 p.m. and they were clearly...
Tell me more about this Alliance rep.
Commander Alenko? Heard he was some kind of hero or something. That mean nothing to me though. But rather he stayed back in Council space.
I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Mom immediately got defensive. If you're trying to kick your sister out, Nancy, I'm very disappointed.
Any idea what he was doing on Horizon?
Supposed to be helping us get the defense towers up and running. I got the feeling he was here for something else. Spying on us, maybe.
Like she knew she'd already won. The boys were upstairs.
Tell me about the colony defense towers.
A gift from the Alliance. High-powered Guardian lasers. Supposed to keep hostile ships from landing near the colony. Had to build a massive underground generator just to give it enough juice. Only we couldn't get the targeting systems online. So the Alliance gave us a giant gun that couldn't shoot straight. Stupid sons of bitches.
She heard Tommy yesterday and now she's...
Why do you think this is the Alliance's fault?
We're just a small company. Nobody bothered us before we started building those damn defense towers and drew attention to ourselves. I left Council space to get away from the Alliance. Nothing good ever comes from getting mixed up with that.
The Collectors are targeting remote colonies. The Alliance was trying to help.
I don't need that help. Too many strings attached. That rep said he was just here to get the towers online. But mark my word,
you're welcome, Narthanes? Again, forgive me for any mispronunciation. I'm looking at your name and not sure how to pronounce it right.
You'd need to calibrate the targeting system first. It's never worked right.
We can figure
Alright,
it out.
now it works.
Just tell us
Makes
when
it
to
easier on me.
Head for the main transmitter on the other side of the colony. Pretty hard to miss. The targeting controls are at the base.
You know this colony and the equipment. You better come with us.
Not a chance in hell.
It was obviously an accident. Sarah's face went white. Nancy, where did you get
You probably just get in the way.
Yeah, that's right.
Little bit.
I'll let you out, but I'm locking the door behind you. I'm not taking any chances. Good luck. I think you're gonna need it.
Now let's see.
It showed Sarah stumbling through the front door at 1 a.m. Clearly drunk, bumping into the wall. This is from last Tuesday night. You told me you were working late. Another video. Sarah coming home at midnight on Friday, reeking of cologne and...
Yeah, I'm playing in an infiltrator class.
You said you were at a work training. My parents were staring at the screen in shock. Dad's mouth was hanging open, and Mom looked like she'd been slapped. Sarah, Mom said quietly, is this true? Have you been lying about work? Sarah was panicking now. It's not what it looks like. I do work, and sometimes I go out afterward to relax. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with leaving your children with me every night while you get drunk. I asked. Nothing wrong with trying to blackmail me with false abuse charges. I never said I was going to file false charges. Yes, you did. You said you were going to tell the police I threw the vase at Tommy on purpose, and you were going to...
Kind of a mix of the rule of two and the rest of it.
Sarah, did you really threaten to make false accusations against Nancy? I was just trying to protect my children. From what? From their aunt who's been taking...
Because I think an empire with multiple Sith can work if it's done correctly.
You don't understand. Sarah said desperately. I needed help.
Trouble behind us.
To figure things out. By getting drunk every night and neglecting your kids, I asked. That's not figuring things out. That's being selfish. Nancy, what has to do? Looking exhausted.
Direct intervention is necessary. Continue. I will direct this personally. Merely delayed the inevitable.
You can't be serious, Mom said. I am completely serious. Started crying, but it felt fake. Please, Nancy, I'm sorry. Too late. Instead, these are your nephews. Think about what's best for you. You have 2 hours to pack your stuff and get out. If you're not gone by 8 p.m., I'm calling the police and showing them. Mom and Dad looked at each other, then at Sarah.
Not that one.
Maybe you should come stay with us for a while, I said quietly. Until you get...
Alright, give me a moment. Gotta...
I don't want to live with you, Sarah snapped. Your house is too small. Well, you can't stay here, Dad said firmly. Nancy's right. This has gone too far. Sarah
Plug the controller in.
but she knew she was being... She stomped upstairs to pack. My parents left without saying much. They were ashamed and embarrassed. But not bad enough to change my mind. Sarah and the boys were gone by 7:30 p.m. Jake and Tommy hugged me goodbye, and I felt terrible watching them leave, but I knew it was the right thing to do. A few months later, I heard through my cousin that Sarah was working full-time because Mom and Dad wouldn't let her go out drinking anymore. She had to actually take care of her kids for once. The house felt quiet without the boys, but it was my quiet again. I could work without interruptions, eat what I wanted, and come and go as I pleased. I felt a little guilty about Jake and Tommy sometimes, but I reminded myself that it wasn't my job to raise them. That was Sarah's responsibility, and maybe now she'd finally step up and be the mother they deserved.
My wife called me on speaker. I'm finalizing a divorce. Her friends were laughing. I asked Emily's laughing guess she didn't hear you're dating her husband. She looked at my calendar on the fridge, drew a line through Friday, and said, don't plan anything cute. I'm busy. No eye contact. No smile. Just a scratch of marker in the thought of the fridge door. Busy with what? I asked, still holding the little envelope I bought.
call?
saved myself the effort of trying to be the last gentleman left in our zip code. That night, I still tried. I told her I booked a table anyway, so we could talk. Reset. She tilted her head like I told a joke at a funeral. You don't get it, she said. I don't want some performance. It's dinner, I replied. Not a proposal. Hard pass. She threw back, scrolling her phone. You should have asked me.
I thought we'd run across more of those frozen colonists. Not that I'm complaining.
The collectors have already loaded them onto this ship. We're running out of time.
The sound of it hitting spoons and rubber bands said more than I did. I washed my hands, dried them, and grabbed my keys. Jim, I said. Congrats, she muttered. Work on you already started. On the way out, the fridge calendar stared at me like a scoreboard. I decided if she wanted distance, I'd measure it in miles, hours, and decisions. Not a threat, just a plan. The next morning, I woke before her, made coffee, and left for the shop early. I manage a small fabrication place off the highway. Metalwork, clean lines, repeat clients. The guys there don't do drama. Steel either fits or it doesn't. That's why I like it. Jake, my lead welder, caught me staring at a parts list longer than it should have been. You look like somebody refunded your weekend, he said, tapping the clip with a gloved finger. Calendar got edited, I answered. By who? A pen with opinions. He whistled. That new pen got legs and an Instagram. She's got more than that, I said, tossing the clipboard to the bench. A lot of busy. He pulled his hood down. So, what's the move? Separate lanes. I'm done planning around. Question marks. That night, I cooked just a simple thing. Chicken, roasted vegetables. I plated it and set it on the table. She came in late. Hair perfect. Perfume too fresh for traffic. You eat? I asked. I'm not hungry, she said.
Okay, now it gets fun.
I'll keep it on a post-it. She smirked, checking her face in the dark TV screen. You always need a label for everything. I need timelines. Labels for extra. She said, staring at the plate in front of her, then pushed it away with one finger. This is pressure. Dinner is pressure. I tried something new. Rituals keep things from falling apart. Rituals are control. She replied. Interesting definition. She looked at the door like she'd rather be anywhere else. I'm going to shower. I watched her walk down the hall. I got up, put her plate in the fridge, covered it with foil. That was the last night. I put a plate down for both of us without checking if the other seat was even occupied. The next day, I set up a separate account for the show profits. I moved the house, custom auto pay.
Heavy weapon, get down!
Text. Shared expenses will be covered from the joint account twice monthly. Extra months, separate schedules in the fridge.
Down you go. How'd you like that? Going silent. He goes.
He asked, just expectations. That weekend, a neighbor invited us to a backyard.
transmitter.
I sat across from them, not too close. I'm done guessing what you want. Tell me straight, I'll make my own plans. Emily's eyes bounced between us like she was watching a match. My wife laughed softly. You act like I owe you a schedule, she said. You owe this house honesty. I replied. 2 adults, same roof. Emily tilted her head. Maybe don't call her. I cut her off without heat. I'm not cornering anyone.
Normandy, do you copy?
Joker here. Signal's weak, Commander, but we got you.
You don't tell me because you know I'll
Edie,
change the
can you get the colony's defense towers online?
Errors in the calibration software are easily rectified, but it will take time to bring the towers to full power. I recommend a defensive posture. I will not be able to mask the increased generator output.
The collectors won't just sit by while we do this.
You had to say that in front of her. Yes, I said.
Got any other helpful tips?
Just one. Enemy reinforcements are closing in. I suggest you ready weapons.
She played soft. Detour. I'm sorry I was snippy, she said, placing a coffee next to my keys.
Keep going. Up top to the right.
My passing fail-safes and attempting emergency power. Please hold the defense tower.
The dead are useless. We are the harbinger of your destiny.
By Thursday night, the coffee gesture was gone, and Friday she came home at 11:30 with no explanation, playing someone else's tune. Saturday came with no text. I took my truck out a long drive instead. Investigator, timeline, evidence, steps. When you manage jobs, you learn to move before the crack becomes a fracture. I looked up a licensed guy policy. Military. His name was Dalton. We met at a diner 2 towns over. He had the kind of face that didn't look out of place anywhere. You sure you want to find him? He asked, stirring his coffee. Files write themselves into your head. I want clarity, I said. The kind that holds up when someone tells you you imagined it. He slid a card across the table. Give me routines, names, usual ones. I'll update you.
Sequential power-up initiated. Guardian anti-ship batteries at 40%.
More of them! Sure are popular today.
If I prepped dinner, she ate out. She accused me of something. I was starving.
Now you see me.
I adjusted. I took my workouts early. Started going to a different gym where an old friend ran the place. I closed the shop.
Assuming direct control.
I told the guys in the shop to run all non-urgent calls to people. I tried anything to fill out.
Here we go. There is no pain. There is no fear.
A local news segment. Business. He pointed to me like a mic. You look checked out, man. He said, everything is that's not what I asked. People are telling me they get filtered. Ray leaned on the counter. You don't filter people you want to keep. Exactly. I said, that's the point. I left the gym lighter. Not happier. Just
Overload deployed.
She said, scattered like confetti.
Got it.
I asked, picking up mail from the counter. Budget. Sure. I'm on donuts. Great. I said, use the joint counter. Anything extra?
Guardian anti-ship batteries at 60%. Syncing targeting protocols to Normandy systems. Continue to protect the tower.
You want to subsidize one of these two? Pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, thank you so much for this. Now, let's get back to the story. She clicked her.
Not that one.
You're being punitive. Words with me. Don't change the map. I said, you asked me. That's the plan. Maybe you should talk to Emily's husband. Tell us about these things. Is he? I asked. Yeah. Happy for him, I said, flipping the electric. I noticed then that she'd started staying late on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Direct intervention is necessary.
Every time she wanted to be known as new strangers. When you're done pretending, patterns jump out like road signs. I didn't chase. I wrote down the nights quietly. Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday once. I put them on Dalton's list. I got it. He said, the next day, she tried add 2 or something.
My attacks will tear you apart.
I sound like near the river. She set it down and kissed my cheek like old times. Jake looked up, eyebrows in his hairline. Then Leslie went back to welding. I wanted to surprise you, she said, opening the bag. I knew I was busy. We've both been busy, I said, wiping my hands. I felt my leg hard drop. I ate, thanked her. We could take a weekend, she suggested. Change of scene. Can't. Quarterly orders are stacked. Perfect! You never say yes to anything fun anymore. I say yes to anything real. I replied quiet. I don't do vacation for problems. She rolled her eyes, then pretended to be wounded. You're
Get
so
ready.
suspicious.
There's got to be more.
I corrected. There's a difference. She left with a disappointed sigh that looked rehearsed. As soon as the door clicked, Jake looked over. That lunch came with strings. He said, all I heard was my leg. I answered, be careful. He walked slower. Me too.
Oh yeah, this is gonna get fun now.
System online.
Coffee.
There's nothing we can do. They're gone.
Half the colony's in there. They took Egan and Sam and Lilith. Do something.
I didn't want it to end this way. I did what I could.
Yeah, you did, Shep.
Shepard. Wait. You know that name. Sure, I remember you. You're some type of big Alliance hero.
Commander Shepard, captain of the Normandy, the first human Spectre, savior of the Citadel. You're in the presence of a legend, Delan. And a ghost.
All the good people we lost and you get left behind. Figures. Screw this. I'm done with you Alliance types.
Pokeballs out.
It should hit your mailbox today. Perfect timing. Pick it up. You can hand it to her yourself. One more thing.
I thought you were dead, Shepard. We all did.
Loop me in. I'll make a call. Copy. I said. I'll keep it short. Do. And record nothing except what we need. I ended the call.
You don't sound too happy to see me. Something bothering you, Caden?
Yes. I spent the past 2 years believing you were dead.
I've played these through so many times. I've done the love story with them several times. Both sides of it.
Tore me apart. How could you put me through that? Why didn't you try to contact me? Why didn't you let me know you were alive?
Not my choice. I spent the last 2 years in some kind of coma while Cerberus rebuilt me.
You're with Cerberus now. I can't believe the reports were right.
Reports? So much for security.
Alliance Intel thought Cerberus might be behind the missing human colonies. I got a tip this colony might be the next one to get hit. Anderson stonewalled me. There were rumors that you weren't dead. That you were working for the enemy.
Cerberus and I want the same thing, to save our colonies. That doesn't mean I answer to them.
Do you really believe that? Or is that just what Cerberus wants you to think? I wanted to believe the rumors that you were alive, but I never expected anything like this. You turned your back on everything we believed in. You betrayed the Alliance. You betrayed me.
Oh, I caught another shiny. Second one in the last, week or so.
Caden, you know me. You know I'd only do this for the right reason. You saw it yourself. The Collectors are targeting human colonies, and they're working with the Reapers.
I want to believe you, Shepard, but I don't trust Cerberus. They could be using the threat of a Reaper to manipulate you. What if they're behind it? What if they're working with the Collectors?
Typical Alliance attitude. You're so focused on Cerberus that you're blind to the real threat.
You're letting how you feel about their history get in the way of the facts.
Maybe. Or maybe you feel like you owe Cerberus because they saved you. Maybe you're the one who's not thinking straight. You've changed. But I still know where my loyalties lie. I'm an Alliance soldier. Always will be. I gotta report back to the Citadel. They can decide if they believe your story or not.
She covered her face. I was stupid. Don't flatter yourself. I said.
I could use someone like you in my crew, Caden. It'll be just like old times.
No, it won't. I'll never work for Cerberus. Goodbye, Shepard. And be careful.
You know, I have found that this scene plays the same way whether it's Caden or Ashley.
Enough of this colony.
Which is unfortunate. Because honestly, Ashley's the better character in my mind. I like Ashley so much more.
She stepped forward, but I stayed put. She glanced down the street, then back up at me, calculating, trying the song.
Shepard, good work on Horizon. Hopefully the Collectors will think twice before attacking another colony.
It's not a victory. We interrupted the Collectors, but they still abducted half the colony.
That's better than an entire colony, and more than we've accomplished since the abductions began. The Collectors
Well, I
will be
mean,
more careful,
Ashley
but
is
I think
too.
we'll find another way to lure them in.
And it's justifiable, but it's still kind of painful to have to deal with.
We have to make sure they don't abduct anyone else.
I want the Collectors stopped for that very reason. That's why we're doing this. I'm devoting all resources to finding a way through the Omega-4 relay. We have to hit them where they live. Your team will need to be strong, as will their resolve. There's no looking back. The same goes for you. Can I assume you put your past relationships behind you?
None of your damn business.
If it affects the mission, better you should leave it behind. Shepard, once you find a way through the Omega-4 relay to the Collector homeworld, there's no guarantee you'll return. To have any hope of surviving, you and your entire team must be fully committed to this.
Let me worry about them. You just find us a way to the Collector homeworld.
I just want to be upfront about your odds. You'll need everyone at their best. I've forwarded 3 more dossiers. Keep building your team while I find a way through the relay. And be careful, Shepard. The Collectors will be watching you.
Yeah, fuck you! You piece of shit!
I guess we're really gonna do it. Hit the Omega-4 relay. Take the fight to the Collectors in person. Looking forward to the action. After seeing what those bastards did on Horizon, though, makes you think.
Something on your mind?
No, just... There's a good chance we're not coming back, even if we get it done. Gonna go take care of a little unfinished business. I imagine everyone else is, too. Getting some closure, you know?
Please, she whispered. This is me telling you no without yelling. I said and eased the door closed. The divorce signed out cleaner than most. My lawyer patted the file with the air of a man measuring dovetail joints. You did what you said you'd do, he said. Calm, clean. I'm done carrying other people's chaos. I told him, I've got machines for that work. He laughed. You're rare. At the shop, Jake unfurled a new order sheet, leaned against the work, and grinned. You know what I love about steel? He asked. You heat it, shape it, let it cool. It remembers the shape. People should try that, I said. You do? He replied. Epilogue. Here's the part everyone asks about the scorecard. I didn't crawl into a cave. I'm on a small house.
Shepard, the tank you recovered from Corliss indicates stable Krogan life signs inside. It is in the cargo bay should you wish to investigate.
Not because I needed to, but because I wanted to surface.
Thank you, Edie.
Message from Admiral Stephen Haskett, Alliance HQ. Commander Shepard, I need to discuss a sensitive matter with you privately.
I'll take this in my quarters.
My circle tight. Ray at the gym started pushing me to try a charity run. I laughed and then signed up. Jake dragged me to a minor league game one Friday, and we spent 7 innings talking about welding patterns and how people don't read labels. I slept. I ate. I didn't over-explain. Eventually, I met someone, a woman named Claire who runs a landscaping company. She doesn't ask for an audience, and we don't keep score. On our 3rd date, she said, I like how quiet your phone is. I told her.
Commander, thank you for your time. I'll keep this brief. We have a deep cover operative out in Batarian space. Name's Dr. Amanda Kenson. Dr. Kenson recently reported that she found evidence of an imminent Reaper invasion.
That's all there is. She wanted control, comfort.
So why call me?
Just this morning I received word that the Batarians arrested her. They're holding her in a secret prison outpost on terrorism charges. I need you to infiltrate the prison and get her out of there. As a favor to me, I'm asking you to go in alone.
I said to nobody in particular. The door.
What's Dr. Kenson actually doing out there?
She's a deep cover operative, Shepard. We talk only when we have to. I'd heard she was investigating a rumor of a Reaper artifact in the system. Her last report said she found it.
They promoted over me, traded $2 million penalty. My boss.
What else can you tell me about the operative?
Amanda's a top scientist and Alliance agent working in Batarian space.
Congratulations to Cassandra.
It's a deadly assignment, and she's one of the few up to the challenge. She and I go back pretty far, Commander. I won't let her rot away in a Batarian torture camp.
I thought the Alliance denies the Reaper threat. That must be some proof she found.
Kenson's team found an artifact out in Batarian space. She believes it's a Reaper device, proof that the Reapers are indeed planning to invade. I've known her a long time. If she says she has proof, it's worth checking out.
The Batarians won't take kindly to the Alliance breaking into a secret prison.
This is not an Alliance operation. It's one person going in alone to save a friend. If it were an official mission, of course the Batarians would be upset. You keep this quiet, Shepard, and there's nothing to worry about.
I hate missions like
I have a
that.
hell of a squad with me. I'm sure they'd help out.
Kenson is my friend. If the Batarians see a squad of armed soldiers, they'll kill her. This is serious, Commander. Go in with discretion. We're
make this a priority.
The prison is hidden underground at a Batarian outpost in Aratai. I'll upload the coordinates now. Once she's secure, confirm her discovery. We'll debrief you when you're back.
Got it.
Hackett out.
Darren's words. Not qualified leadership. Not institutional knowledge. Just fresh energy. I should have just chugged a Celsius and done jumping jacks.
Ah, damn it. Trying to keep those motherfuckers alive.
His signature move when he was about to patronize someone. He did that lean back and shirt thing like he was on a podcast. I know this may sting a little, he said. Voice soft like I was a rescued bird. But I need you to think of this as a long-term play. Luke brings agility. You bring stability. Together, it's the future.
The goddamn fish.
Calculating how many paperclips I need to forge a share. He kept talking. Look, this is a compliment. We don't need to supervise you. You're rock solid.
The subject is stable, Shepard. Integration with onboard systems was seamless.
Yeah, well, I didn't get much of a chance to go from my last mission before the mission I just did to the mission I just did. Like, in between that, I didn't get a lot of chance to go up the fucking feed them. Because that's what I've been doing. Like, I'll do a mission, maybe two. I go up and feed them. I come back, I come back fucking in. I do another couple things. I go up, feed them.
Any idea how dangerous this guy is?
At least you can't kill the fucking space
You're asking
hamster.
whether he is actively hostile. I don't have the necessary data to answer. Okir's technology could impart data, not methods of thinking. The subject may know of his views, but would not necessarily share them.
Can you tell me about this guy? Anything unusual?
The subject is an exceptional example of the Krogan species, with fully formed primary, secondary, and tertiary organs where applicable. No defects of any kind, aside from the genetic markers of the genophage present in all Krogan. I cannot judge mental functioning.
Stand by. I'm gonna open the tank and let him out.
Cerberus protocol is very clear regarding untested alien technology.
He's either a powerful addition to the crew or a time bomb. I'd rather deal with it now.
Very well, Shepard. The controls are online. The switch and consequences are yours.
I skipped it. It's mostly boilerplate. I stared at it. Boilerplate is not a word you use for contracts that involve bonded freight and cross-border customs clearances. That's like calling a live grenade scanner takeover. After the meeting, I followed up like a damn professional. Sent 3 emails over the next 48 hours. Subject.
I'm Commander Shepard, and I don't take threats lightly. I suggest you relax.
Not your name. Mine. I'm trained. I know things. But the tank, Okir couldn't implant connection. His words are hollow. Oh Lord, legacy, Grunt. Grunt was among the last. It has no meaning. It'll do. I am Grunt. If you are worthy of your command, prove your strength and try to destroy me.
You wouldn't prefer Okir or legacy?
It's short. Matches the training in my blood. The other words are big things I don't feel. Maybe they fit your mouth better. I feel nothing for Okir's clan or his enemies. I'll do what I'm bred to do. Fight and determine the strongest. But his imprint has failed. Without a reason that's mine, one fight is as good as any other. Might as well start with you.
A good ship and a strong crew. Strong clan. You'd make it stronger.
If you're weak and choose weak enemies, I'll have to kill you.
Our enemies are worthy. No doubt about that.
That's...
I like Grunt.
I'll fight for you.
I'm glad you saw reason.
Offer one hand but arm the other. Wise Shepard. If I find a clan, if I find what I want,
yeah,
I will be honored to eventually put them against you.
Was already there, pale and jittery, cupping his pen so fast it sounded like
Shepard.
What are your thoughts about our mission?
I fight. Doesn't matter who for.
Did Okier give you any imprints about the collectors?
I see blurry ships, guesswork about strength. Nothing to help pick a weak spot and tear. Okier spent all his time on old hatreds. Whatever he had, it was used up when he made me.
Anything in your tank imprints that can make use of the resources we found?
Might have something I could put together. Don't know how useful it will be.
It wasn't just a fee. It was a punishment baked into the deal like a ticking landmine for morons with superiority complexes. And guess who dug it up with both hands? Aaron gestured toward the screen like a magician revealing a beheaded rabbit. The PDF glowed in large font. Liquidated damages.
No, I haven't. That sounds kind of disturbing. But then again, a lot of shit on the internet is.
So I should keep this crap around? Don't let it pile up. I live down here.
What do you think about the crew?
Good bunch if they stay out of my way. Dead bunch if they don't. Train them good if you want to take on collectors.
The internet is for porn. Thought you knew that.
Just checking in. Making sure you're acclimatizing.
Humans talk too much. Like the tank. Come back later.
Just checking in.
Humans talk too much. Like the
That's all for now.
shepherd.
He didn't blink. Just leaned on the table with fake empathy. Look, I'm not pointing fingers here. I just think we all need to.
That is true enough, sir.
After deleting a metrics file and blaming IT, Luke looked like he might puke into his reusable coffee cup. I took a breath. My pulse had spiked. My expression didn't flinch. This was no longer about hurt feelings. This was about survival. I'm happy to forward the emails again, I said, voice level, along with a Slack thread where you said, and I quote, let legal worry about that. Darren's jaw flickered. A micro-clench. It was small, but I saw it. Oh, he said. Well, that was context specific. I nodded slowly. Sure.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Created subfolders, emails, Slack, vendor clause, damage summary. I also added a new file, timeline of escalation, color-coded, time-stamped, cross-referenced with meeting invites and Slack threads. This wasn't just about receipts anymore. This was about strategy. I didn't know when it would come, but I knew there would be a meeting. And when they tried to turn me into the scapegoat, I'd be ready to drop the guillotine with proof. The Whisper campaign started the next morning as all corporate backstops do. Quiet, informal, denial. First came the offhand questions from the finance team. Hey, Cass, just circling back. You were involved in the vendor transition, right? Darren said you were looped in early. Looped in? Like, I've been joyriding on a clown car of negligence instead of warning them from the sidelines like a damn prophet. Then the CFO stopped by my desk doing that folk-friendly lean on the cubicle wall. Just doing some internal post-mortem cleanup, he said, sipping a smoothie that probably cost more than my office chair. Darren mentioned you had concerns about, strongly opposed. I met his eyes.
Alright, now it's time to go mine resources.
He nodded in slow political nod people do when they're already filing you under problematic. The goal was Olympic level. Darren, the same man who told me let legal worry about that, is now positioning himself as the blindsided leader betrayed by my silence. And Luke was unraveling like a poorly knotted tie. He'd stopped struggling. One moment, he was pretending to be a peer. The next, he was
Very boring, but very necessary aspect to this game.
He said one afternoon, voice free. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus, right? I didn't say anything.
Throw it away.
I just didn't know it was that serious. I looked up from my screen, face blank. He continued, voice cracking like cheap vinyl. I thought we were on the same page. Same page. I was reading contracts. He was drawing cartoons in the margins, but I smiled. It's okay, Luke. I get it. New role. Lots of pressure.
Road launched.
He let out a breath like I did a communication device. That was the exact moment I knew I could break him if I wanted to. But I didn't. Not yet. I needed his fear. Useful fear. The kind that makes people careless with their words. Over the next few days, I let him talk. Let him confess.
Launching probe.
Darren pushed things too fast. His vendor thing got way out of hand. I never prompted. I just reacted with supportive emojis and mild comments like, yeah, it's been a lot lately. Meanwhile, I downloaded the full Slack thread, the one with the original exchange. My warning, Darren's brush off. I opened a blank email, attached the PDF, and sent it to my personal Gmail. Subject line, insurance, no body text, no fluff, just a single line in the attachment. Cassandra T, right arrow, Darren R, 11/27
Probe launched.
I watched the progress bar fall to 100%. Then I exhaled. My hands were steady, my breath even. But under the surface, rage, cold pressurized rage, the kind that doesn't scream or explode. It just waits. And I knew Darren was going to keep digging, keep spinning. Let him. I already picked out the spot where I planned.
Probe away.
The invite hit my inbox at 6:42 a.m. Subject urgent Q3 vendor follow-up debrief attendees. CEO, CFO,
Probe launched.
Linkage. Cassandra T. Tom. 11 a.m. executive conference room. A no agenda. No attachments. Just dread. My mouse hovered over the accept button for a second longer than necessary. I clicked it with the kind of calm you learn after years of being thrown into fires you didn't start. At 8:03 a.m., Darren appeared behind me like a debt collector in a horror film. Morning, Cass, he said. Tone syrupy and managerial. Wanted to personally ask that you be in today's meeting. It's important we're aligned on messaging. I finished for him, swiveling to face him. He chuckled like I was in on the joke. Exactly. Just walk them through your involvement. You know, reassure leadership. Clarify where the wires crossed. Wires didn't cross. Yank them out and use them to jumpstart his little golden intern. I nodded all professionalism, of course. By 10:20, I was already in the executive room. Lights low, screen humming, chairs still pushed in like good little soldiers. I picked the one closest to the AV console and took my time plugging in my laptop. HDMI ready, volume tested, Slack message queued in a full-screen browser tab. Even zoomed in the font.
There we go. I really need that platinum at the moment.
The sharks arrived. CFO first, frown lines deeper than usual. Then legal, tight-lipped, and carrying a laptop like a scalpel. Luke shuffled the next, visibly sweating through his
Probe away.
avoiding my gaze. Then Darren, freshly shaved and smug, holding a leather folio like it
Probe
contained state
launched.
secrets and not his own obituary. And finally, CEO, calm, sharp, the kind of guy who doesn't say much until the silence his teeth. We all sat. Darren took the floor before anyone asked. Appreciate everyone making time. I wanted to be transparent about the vendor issue and timeline. He clicked open a sanitized PowerPoint, bullet points, passive verbs, a few charts. We identified a gap in compliance review. And while Luke acted with enthusiasm, there was, admittedly, lack of support oversight and
Probe
communication
launched.
loops. He turned to me. That's why I asked Cassandra here to help walk us through where perhaps those concerns could have been more clearly escalated. There it was. The beaded hope dipped in varnish. I blinked, calm composed, then gently turned my laptop toward the AV panel. One-click screen mirrored. Slack popped up. Full screen. Bright. Clear. Time-stamped. Cassandra T.
Probe away.
Darren, I'm flagging this as non-compliant with Section 6B. We need legal's approval before proceeding. Darren R. 10:08 a.m. Let me know. Moving ahead. No commentary. No animation. Just silence so thick it felt like static in the bloodstream. The CEO leaned forward. Is this real-time Slack archive? Yes.
Probe launched.
All time stamped and export. I turned to Darren. Just looked at him. Said nothing. His face flushed beneath the collar. Contextually, there was a broader conversation happening. Legal cutting. Darren, did you ever... His mouth opened, closed. The CEO sat back, arms folded, noted. I didn't smile. I didn't move. This was the slow drag of the blade, and I wasn't done yet. Darren shifted his weight, adjusted his cufflinks like he was preparing to deliver a TED talk instead of trying to dodge.
I know how to launch a fucking probe, you stupid video game.
Lighting the screen with his bland corporate slide deck. Before we over-index on any one exchange, he began, already greasing the rails. I think it's important to acknowledge the broader dynamics at play here. The room stiffened. Legal's fingers hovered over their keyboard. The CFO leaned back, eyes narrowed. Darren's voice dropped to a practiced tone of regretful wisdom.
Probe away.
With the red line contract wasn't one person's fault. It was a failure of process. Yes, also a failure of energy balance. Luke brought tremendous initiative to the table. He was enthusiastic, hungry, but in that enthusiasm, certain guardrails were bypassed.
Probe away.
I threw Luke under the bus with the flare of very understanding. Finally getting the spotlight. Luke didn't protest. He just stared at the table like it might open up and swallow him. Darren continued, now walking slowly in front of the screen like a self-appointed preacher of process. In hindsight, we also saw breakdowns on the senior side. Cassandra was
Yo, Goody!
competent without question, but there was an absence of escalation, a lack of clarity. That silence, however unintentional, contributed to the misunderstanding. There it was.
Probe
A
away.
masterstroke, praise laced with poison, respected, competent, but somehow also two-sided.
Probe away.
The sentence lingered like a fart in a blunt. Then, like clockwork, all eyes turned to me. My face didn't twitch. My breath didn't hitch. I leaned forward slowly like a bow being pulled to full tension. I think everyone should see this. I turned my laptop back toward the screen, clicked over,
Probe away.
The tone, the daily therapy. I didn't add commentary. I didn't need to. Let the facts rot the fruit. The room went still. You could hear the HVAC over the tension. Luke blinked rapidly like he was trying to wake up from a nap. The
Probe away.
toward legal. That's not ambiguous. Darren's throat bombed. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. CEO leaned forward, elbows on the table, hands clasped. Is that accurate, Darren? And in that pause, those 3 eternal seconds,
away.
I watched a man realize the elevator cable had snapped, and he was in free fall. The screen stayed frozen, slack in all its minimalist glory. No animations, no distractions, just brutal light.
Launching probe.
Darren's dismissal. Time stamped with the accuracy of a bullet. Nobody breathed. Eagle leaned forward like they were inspecting a crime scene. The CFO let out a breath through his nose. Sharp, deliberate. Luke looked like he was trying to mentally time travel back to whatever moment he said. Boilerplate's fine. Right. The CEO didn't move at first. He just stared at the screen like it had personally insulted his intelligence. Then slow and deliberate, he turned to Darren. Is this accurate? The words hung in the air like frostbite. Darren opened his mouth, closed it, blinked like a deer watching the grill of a semi-approach. Either was context to that conversation. He began voice dry. It was a fast-moving situation. It's in place at the time. The CEO didn't blink. Did you forward this to legal silence? Darren tried again. Well, I assumed Cassandra would escalate if there were serious risks. I thought no. I cut in quietly. Told me to let legal worry about that. That was your exact wording. We can scroll up if you like. I didn't raise my voice. The CEO turned to legal. Would that directive have warranted escalation on Cassandra's part? Legal shook their head. No. None of her objection was clearly stated and leadership overrode it. The obligation to consult legal lies with whoever initiates the risk. In this case, Aaron. Darren's ears flushed a vivid cartoon red. The CFO rubbed his temples. This was a $2 meters error. We didn't loop in compliance. We didn't loop in legal. And we had Cassandra sitting right there flagging it in advance. Luke shifted like maybe he was going to speak. That thought better. Smart. The CEO didn't raise his voice. He didn't pound the table or threaten lawsuits. He just let the silence do its slow, savage work.
How you doing, Goonie?
He said finally, that'll be enough for now. I nodded, closed my laptop, slid it into my bag. No celebration, no vindication parade, just a razor-thin line of satisfaction.
Probe launched.
Because sometimes the cleanest kills come with no noise at all. Let the silence bury him. By the end of the week, Luke's desk was cleared out. No fanfare, no announcement, just a vague HR memo about a mutual decision to part ways and a manager walking him to the elevator like a man escorting a sad golden retriever to the vet. He didn't even look at me on his way out. Didn't say goodbye. Just clutched his little box of succulents and notebooks full of doodles like a child.
Probe away.
Darren, on the other hand, stayed, but his badge didn't open as many doors anymore. His calendar slowly turned into a ghost town. The Slack mention stopped. Meetings were rescheduled.
Probe away.
Administrative review, which incorporates speaking as a general prelude to a bullet between the eyes. And me, I got the email. Subject, interim transition support. Cassandra, as we evaluate internal leadership structures, we'd appreciate your support in temporarily managing vendor operations and compliance oversight. Your institutional knowledge has proven invaluable. Let us know if you need resources. There was no congratulations, no title change, no raise, just a paper-thin thank you staple to a pile of broken systems I was now expected to duct tape together. I didn't respond.
Launching probe.
Instead, I closed the email, stood, walked down the hallway with my heels clicking like a metronome for someone's funeral march. Destination, IT. I walked in, nodded to Mark, the network engineer who once gave me his Netflix login during a snowstorm, and said, I need admin
Probe
access
launched.
to Darren's internal files. His laptop, Slack archive, all of it. I'll see something.
Probe launched.
Already cleared it this morning. They're expecting me. In 10 minutes, I had the access. In 20, I had duplicated every relevant compliance log, Slack thread, vendor memo into a locked folder titled Dr. Exit. I encrypted it, backed it up, sent a mirrored copy to legal with no commentary. Just the subject line per request internal review materials. Then I opened my calendar and created a meeting. Subject, Darren transition debrief/offboarding prep time. Monday, 9 a.m. attendees. Cassandra T, HR lead, legal rep, Darren R. I didn't send it just yet. Just sat with it open. Watched the little block of time sit on my screen like a loaded gun because this wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about order. And order starts with locking the door. Left it wide
Probe
open for
launched.
chaos. Monday morning, 9 a.m. sharp. HR's glass-walled conference room had that
Probe
disinfectant,
away.
performative calm you only get before firing or a rebrand. The lights hummed. The chairs were too new. Silence was the kind that grew roots. I was already there, seated at the head of
Probe launched.
He gave me a weak little smile. That same old charm offensive he used on interns and vendor reps. Morning, he said. Voice trying too hard. Didn't expect to see you in this one, Cass. I didn't respond. I just made his eyes cold and still.
Probe launched.
He chuckled and cracking. Well, I guess this is the part where we hug it out and talk about lessons learned. Right? He tapped on his collar like the
Let's get some Pokeballs in chat, motherfuckers. Get those goddamn Pokeballs out, you sons of bitches. Do it.
Probe away.
Do it, or I shall throw you in the dungeon on my motherfucking Death Stars.
Submit final expense report. He stared at it like it was written in a language he no longer spoke. I leaned forward slightly. Voicey, you told me my caution made me obsolete. I said, turns out it made me essential. I didn't smile. He didn't blink. I pushed the checklist toward him. Corner slightly closed the bullish table.
Probe launched.
Being lowered. He reached for it with a trembling hand, still trying to compose himself like the room might reverse if he just gripped the paper tight enough. I stood. Let me know if you need help logging out, I said. Cool and clear. Then I turned. To the door.
Probe away.
Clicking sharp and final. Left it open blank. Not for him. For the draft. Let it carry out the last of his smoke and mirrors. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. Some exits don't need applause.
Yeah, I think that's it for that system. Yes, it is. Excellent.
His fossil might just cross the My fiance's father pulled me aside 6:47 p.m. and said, run the DNA over Friday. I laughed it off. 3 days later, the results loaded at 1:12 a.m. I called him immediately. He answered on the first ring and said, your real father is. The patio door was already sliding shut behind him when Gerald Pennington caught my sleeve between 2 fingers and pulled me toward the rose beds. Walk with me, he said, not asked. I'd been mid-sentence with Naomi's cousin about the caterer situation. Something about a shellfish allergy.
All right. We will continue with this here in a moment. I need to run to the restroom, grab coffee. I'll be right back. Y'all motherfuckers hang tight.
That was the thing about Gerald. When he moved, people adjusted. 63 years old, retired Adelaide judge, and still carried himself like every room had a gavel somewhere he could reach. The party noise did was across the lawn. It was 6:47 p.m. I know that because my phone had just buzzed with a calendar reminding about the person that had been booked for the next morning, and the sun was doing that little whole thing where they had drawn in Gerald's photo. They had said it was the best thing.
All right, time to go back to resource hunting. I know, chat. You want to see me killing shit. You want to see me playing the game. Doing all the stuff, but I kind of need to do this. This is perhaps the most essential part of this whole game.
Probe launched. Launching probe.
Connected in a bar association. He was drunk. He was often drunk by then. And he said something I've never forgot. He said, I left a whole life in Bolton that I never went back for. I pressed him. He was vague, but he mentioned
Probe launched.
he'd never been. And you just said this. For how long? I didn't connect it to you until I knew you were
Probe away.
You told us you were from Bolton. Your mother was a librarian. Your father died when you were young. The timeline was right, but I wasn't certain. Suspicion is not evidence. Colton, I needed you to run the test yourself. So the engagement party was my window. The wedding is Saturday. If this was going to come out, it needed to come out before you stood at that altar. Why? Because Harlan Ridgemont is not a good man. Gerald stood up and walked to the window. Outside, nothing moved. The lawn was black. Harlan had 3 other children that I know of, not acknowledged. He defrauded clients and really for a decade.
Probe away.
Disciplinary actions, settlements, and disbarment proceeding that got quietly resolved. He was briefly investigated for witness tampering in a civil case in 2007. The investigation went nowhere, but not because he was innocent. And you think this matters to me because his name will surface eventually. Genetics don't stay hidden in the age of databases. If someone runs a genealogy search 6 months from now and finds a link between my son-in-law and Harlan Ridgemont, I want it to be a fact we already dealt with, not a scandal that detonates. I stared at him. This is about protecting your family. This is about protecting Naomi and you, whether you believe that or not. I didn't know what I believed. What I knew was that it was 2 a.m. on the night before my rehearsal dinner, and Gerald had just told me that the man I'd mourned my entire life wasn't my father, and the man who was my father was a disgraced attorney with unacknowledged children across the Carolinas. Does Naomi know? I asked. No. Does my mother know? Gerald looked at me. That's a question for your mother. I didn't sleep. I drove home, sat in my kitchen.
Pokeballs and chip, yatch!
Probe away.
A clinical phrase for the demolition of every assumption I built my identity on. At 5:30, I called Rafferty. Do you know what time it is? He said, I need you to push the rehearsal dinner by 2 hours. Colton, the rehearsal dinner
Probe
is 2
away.
I know. Push it. By 2 hours. The restaurant has a timeline. Naomi has a timeline. Your mother has. Tell them I have a work emergency. A client situation. 2 hours. That's all I need. Rafferty was quiet for a beat. We'd known each other since freshman year at Boston University.
Probe launched.
One thing Raph understood about me was that I didn't ask for things unless I needed them. Done, he said. But you owe me an explanation. You'll get one. At 7 a.m. I was at the Marriott. My mother answered the door in the same bathrobe, same crossword, same lavender smell. Colton, twice in 1 week at strange hours. What's going on? I need to talk to you about Ridgemont. The crossword fell, not dramatically. It just slipped from under her arm and landed face down on the carpet. My mother didn't pick it up. She didn't move at all. She stood in the doorway of room 414 at the Marriott off Calder Boulevard, and her face did something I've never seen it do before. It
Probe away.
still, not surprised, not confused, still, like she'd been waiting for this sentence for 32 years and had rehearsed her non-reaction so many times that it become she said. I sat in the desk chair. She sat on the edge of the bed. Between us was the silence of a room deciding how much
Probe launched.
How did you find out? She asked. Gerald Pennington, the judge, Naomi's father. He knew Harlan in law school. She closed her eyes, not tightly, just closed them. The way you might close a door gently because you know slamming it won't help. Your father, Wayne, he was a good man, Colton. I want you to know that first. I know he was. He was working double shifts at the refinery that summer. Gone by 5.
Probe away.
Back after 9. I was alone most days, and Harlan came into the library every afternoon to use the reference section for his case. He was charming, dangerously charming, the kind of man who made you feel like you were the only interesting person he'd ever met. Mom, let me finish. It lasted 3 weeks. That's all. 3 weeks in June. He left Bolton, and I never heard from him again. I found out I was pregnant in August. Wayne never questioned me. The timing worked, and I chose to let it work. Did you ever tell Wayne? No. Did you ever try to contact Harlan? Once.
Launching probe.
Never sent it. I put it in the kitchen sink because I realized that telling him wouldn't give you a father. It would just take one away. I looked at my mother, Lucinda Bragg, who raised me alone after the refinery accident, who worked 2 jobs to keep me in
Probe
shape,
launched.
who drove me to every baseball game and science fair and never once let me feel like I was missing something. She carried this for 32 years like a stone in her coat pocket, and she was looking at me now with a body expression I couldn't argue with, the face of one who made an impossible choice and would make it again. I'm not angry, I said. You should be. Maybe, but not today. She reached for my hand and I let her take it. We sat there for a Gerald said the name. The truth doesn't stand
Probe launched.
He lives in databases and ancestry pools and $23 spin kits. Harlan Ridgemont was out there, and whether I went looking for him or not, the connection existed in the data. Immutable. Waiting.
Probe launched.
Dinner happened 2 hours later. Naomi was concerned, but I told her it was a shipping crisis with a client in Dunedin, and she believed me because I'd never given her a reason not to. My mother was quieter than usual. Vivian Pennington noticed and attributed it to pre-wedding emotion, which wasn't wrong, just incomplete. Gerald gave his toast. It was, as predicted, structured like a legal brief. 3 points, supporting evidence, a conclusion that circled back to the opening statement. The thesis was that marriage was a contract with unwritten clauses, and the best partners were the ones who honored the clauses they never discussed. He looked at me when he said the last word. Nobody else heard him. After the dinner, Gerald and I ended up on the restaurant patio. The same configuration as the engagement party. In leaving, the night air knew the
Probe launched.
I read it. Do you know your mother? This morning. He nodded. Good. I have questions. I imagine you do. Is Harlan Ridgemont still alive? Last I heard, yes. He's in Worley. Or he was. He's 71 now. Semi-retired. His practice closed in 2019 after the last disciplinary action. Do you have contact information? Gerald reached into his jacket pocket and produced a folded piece of paper. He'd written a phone number and an address on it in his courtroom handwriting. Small, precise, legible from across a room. I pulled this together last week, he said. In case you asked. I took the paper. You planned this. I prepared for it. There's a difference. Is there? Preparation is the space between knowing something is coming and being ready when it arrives. I knew this moment would come the first time you told me your mother walked into the library. I simply waited until the right window. The right window being 3 days before your daughter's wedding. The right window being before the marriage, not after. Because after Saturday, this becomes Naomi's problem too. And I wanted to give you the choice of how and whether to make it hers. I looked at the paper, a phone number, an address, the coordinates of a man who walked out of my life before I existed in it. I'll deal with it after the wedding, I said.
Alright, so I have one more planet there to
The wedding was Saturday. I stood at the end of a
scan.
courtyard of the Eastmore estate. Stone walls, climbing ivy, the kind of afternoon light photographers build careers around, and watched her walk toward me. My mother sat in the second row and cried the way mothers cry at weddings, openly, without apology. Beside her was an empty chair for a cousin who couldn't make it that felt, to me, like it was for Wayne Breck. I said my vows. Naomi said hers. The officiant pronounced us. I kissed my wife. Gerald clapped from his seat with the measured rhythm of a man who approves of the verdict. The reception was at Eastmore too. Long tables under string lights. A band that played the kind of jazz that makes people dance, even if they don't dance. Rafferty gave a toast that was 70% jokes and 30% genuine emotion, which was exactly his ratio for everything. I danced with Naomi. She pressed her forehead against mine and said, "We did it. We did it. Whatever my dad said to you at the engagement party, you've been different since then. You know that, right? Different how? Quieter. More present. Is that bad?
Probe launched.
It's the opposite. I kissed her and the string lights swayed, and for one night, Harlan Ridgemont didn't exist. Monday morning he did. Naomi
Launching probe.
She ran the marketing department for a sustainable architecture firm called Leyland Bauer, and I was at the kitchen table with the folded paper Gerald had given me. I looked at it 6 times since the rehearsal dinner. The paper was starting to sway at the creases. I dialed the number. It rang 4 times. 5, 6.
Probe away.
Yeah, a voice like gravel filtered through a screen door. Is this Harlan Ridgemont? Who's asking? My name is Colton Breck. I believe you knew my mother, Lucinda Breck. She worked at the Polkton Township Library in the summer of 1993. Silence. The longest silence I've ever participated in on a phone call. I could hear breathing. Not panicked. Not surprised. Just breathing. The way a man breathes when a bill he forgot about finally comes due. Yeah, he said again. I know who you are. Yeah.
Probe away.
Lucinda said the appointment to meet her friend. No note. Just the announcement. I kept it. You kept the announcement, but you never came. No, why? Because I was a coward, and because I told myself it was better for you. Was it? Another pause. Then, probably, I wasn't good for much back then. I'm not good for much now. I hadn't expected honesty. I expected deflection, denial, maybe hostility. But Harlan Ridgemont sounded like a man who'd stopped lying to himself somewhere around his mid-60s and was now living with the inventory. I'm not calling to ask you for anything, I said. I'm not calling to reconnect. I just got married, and before I start the rest of my life,
launched.
I wanted to know the truth from everyone who had a piece of it. That's fair. Gerald Pennington told me about you. Gerald, a short, dry sound that might have been a laugh. Of course it was Gerald. That man never could leave a case unresolved.
launched.
I didn't know this man. I shared his chromosomes and nothing else. He was a voice on a phone in a kitchen I just started sharing with my wife, and the distance between us was biological and unbridgeable in every direction that mattered. I'm going to tell my wife, I said, about all of this. She deserves to know.
Probe
She
away.
does. And I'm going to ask you not to contact me unless I reach out first. Can you do that? Yeah, I can do that. All right, Doc Bolton. Yeah, your mother. She was the best thing in that whole town. I want you to know that. I already know that. I hung up. That evening, I told Naomi everything. We were on the couch in her apartment.
Probe launched.
And half the boxes weren't unpacked, and I laid it out piece by piece. Gerald at the engagement party. The test. Rushed to genomics.
Launching probe.
12 a.m. results. The call to Gerald. The study. The scotch. The name. My mother at the Marriott. The 3 weeks in June 1993. Wayne Brett, who was my father in every way that counted. Harlan Ridgemont, who was my father in exactly one way and none of the others. Naomi listened without interrupting. That was one of the things I loved most about her. She didn't feel silence with reaction. She let information arrive, settle, and form its own shape before she responded. When I finished, she said, my father knew this the whole time, since the first interview, and he didn't tell me. He said he wanted to give me the choice. She was quiet for a long time. Then, that's the most Gerald thing he's ever done. Are you angry? At you? No. At my dad? Ask me tomorrow. She reached for my hand. At your mom? Never. She protected you.
Probe launched.
And Harlan? I called him today. Told him not to contact me unless I reach out. Do you think he will? I don't know. Maybe someday. Right now I have everything I need. She leaned into me and put my arm
Launching probe.
the boxes, the half-empty bookshelves, the DNA report still on my phone. The truth finally out of the
Probe away.
couldn't ferment into something worse. The next day, Gerald called. Not Naomi. Me. She told me you told her, he said. And she told me she's upset with me. She'll come around. I know. She always does. I just wanted to say, for the record, that you handled this correctly. You mean I handled it the way you would have? I mean you handled it with precision and without sentimentality. That's not my way. That's just the right way. Gerald, yes. Thank you for telling me. Even though your timing was terrible and your delivery was worse. He made a sound that I'd never heard from him before. It took me a second to realize it was a laugh. A real one. Short, surprised, like it had escaped before he could catch it. You're welcome, Cole. He hung up. I put down the phone. Through the kitchen window, I could see the street below. People walking, cars moving, a woman pushing a stroller past the big building corner. The world doing what it always does.
Alright, let's...
I opened my laptop and pulled up the Rushton Genomics report one more time. Maternal discrepancy flag. Harlan Ridgemont, Orland, North Carolina. 71 years old. Semi-retired. A man who kept a birth announcement for 32 years in whatever drawer or box or forgotten corner of his life served as his version of acknowledgement. I closed the laptop. Wayne Brett raised me for 4 years and then died in a place that smelled like sulfur and diesel. My mother raised me for the next 28 and never let the truth change the story she told. Gerald saw a loose thread and pulled it because that's what judges do.
Miranda wants to see
Said
you,
it
Commander.
with his regrets and his honesty.
Yeah, well, Miranda can suck a dick.
And I married Naomi Pennington on a Saturday in a courtyard full of ivy and light, with a birth certificate that said one thing and a genome that said another. And it didn't matter. Not because the truth doesn't matter. It does. It always does. But because the truth about who you are isn't stored in a database. It's stored in the things you do when nobody
Launching
sees.
probe.
DNA at 1:12 in the morning. I opened the boxes, started shelving books. Naomi came home at 6 and found me halfway through the second shelf, alphabetizing by author because she'd mentioned once that she liked it that way. You started without me, she said. Figured it was time. She grabbed a stack and started on the other end. We worked toward the middle, meeting somewhere around the M's, and when her hands touched reaching for the same shelf, she smiled. I smiled.
Probe launched.
Looking like a place where two people lived. Gerald's piece of paper, the phone number, the address, the courtroom handwriting. I folded it once more and put it in the back of the junk drawer behind the batteries and the takeout menus. Not thrown away, not framed, just filed. Evidence received, entered into the record, and since
Launching probe.
further notice. That felt good. That felt like the verdict.
While I was on a business trip in London, my sister broke into my penthouse and texted me saying, "Give me the code or I'll break the lock. I know you're ignoring me." When my parents arrived, they screamed at me, "You
Probe launched.
you lured her."
Sup, chef?
She found out on her own that I had moved out 2 weeks earlier.
Yo, Coop.
U.S. Marshal. I read Victoria's Secret
You and your goddamn perfect beard, you sumbitch.
and the clock on the desk said 3 in the morning. My first
Broke away.
She believed the penthouse was still mine. The safe was still full, and I was still the quiet daughter who fixed whatever she damaged. She sent another message. You have 10 minutes. Give me the entry code. I'm taking what belongs to the family. I called the building concierge, Marisol, and asked her to keep the hallway feet open. Do not stop her, I said. Just keep the report. Marisol hesitated. Lauren, your sister has 2 movers with her. She says you authorized a weekend move. I did authorize one, I said, 2 weeks ago. There was a pause long enough for me to hear a cartwheel squeak through the phone. The apartment is empty. Not empty, I said. Occupied. The new tenant was Deputy Marshal Caleb Reed. He has signed the lease.
Broke away.
Relocation company cleared the place, and the building had upgraded the lock for him. He was a federal witness protection transport specialist.
Broke away.
The agent had warned me not to share it. He was not bringing home until the following evening. That detail gave me a strange kind of calm. Victoria had not broken into my home. She had walked into a legal arrangement she did not understand, carrying a forged family story in one hand and my parents' confidence in the other. I texted the code to her. Use the old number. The lock may still recognize it. She answered with a laughing face. Finally, see how easy sharing can be? I did not tell her the code had been disabled. I did not tell her Marisol had already alerted the building's overnight.
Pokeballs out.
Victoria stood in front of the door wearing a cream coat, and the expression she used whenever she wanted strangers to think she was the responsible one. Behind her, a young man holding the
Broke away.
mover carried a stack of plastic bins stamped with the Morrison Foundation logo. That logo was the first contradiction. Those bins had been stored in my office, not the apartment. They contained donation records and photographs from my grandmother's community clinic. Victoria had no reason to know where they were unless someone had given her a floor plan and an inventory list. My father had done both. I learned months earlier when a draft family asset schedule appeared in my work inbox by mistake. Beside my name was a note: convince her to release control before the board meeting. As later my father called it
Broke away.
planning, Victoria called me a hostage taker. Then my mother begged me not to start another argument. The lock rejected Victoria's code. She tried again, harder, as if force could improve a number. The mover with the clipboard called Marisol and claimed the keypad was defective. Marisol placed him on speaker so the manager could hear.
Broke away.
Ended 14 days ago. Marisol said, no one may enter without the current tenant's permission. Victoria's voice became sweet. I am the owner's sister. This is a family property. We are collecting personal items. Please leave the hallway. Marisol replied. Victoria turned to the camera. Lauren, stop making this difficult. I stayed silent. She had always mistaken silence for surrender. Her next move was to call my mother. Patricia answered on the first ring and put her on
Broke
speaker.
away.
I could hear only Victoria's side, but the performance was clear. She has changed the look. Victoria said, she is humiliating me in front of workers. My mother replied loudly enough for the camera microphone to catch it. Tell her we are coming. She cannot keep the family records full. 20 minutes later, my parents stepped out of the elevator. My father held a manila folder. My mother held a framed photograph of my grandmother. The same photograph that had covered the wall safe. I felt my hand close around the edge of the hotel blanket. They had brought the photograph because they believed the safe.
Alright, the set of systems is
No one could claim they had been locked outside. My parents walked toward the apartment as if they were arriving for a holiday. Victoria followed them, suddenly confident again. This is your last chance, my father told the camera. Open the door, or we will explain to the board that you are withholding foundation property. The board meeting was in 3 days. My father needed the archive, donor list, and my resignation. Darlene Cho, the foundation accountant, had warned me not to approve a transfer after her ledger showed money leaving her community events and returning to accounts tied to my father's restaurant. Victoria's name appeared beside several vendor contracts. As the apartment grew, Victoria
Launching probe.
against the new biometric panel. A red light flashed. She looked at my father. You said Lauren gave us access. He raised the manila folder. She gave us written permission. That was the second contradiction. I had never signed the page inside that folder. My mother leaned toward the camera. You were doing this because you hate yourself.
Launching probe.
Always wanted her to fail. Victoria added, you hated everything, Lauren. The least you could do is stop acting like the only adult in the room. The line landed because it was almost true. I had spent years paying bills, correcting tax filings, and explaining Victoria's
Launching
business
probe.
choices. I had done it quietly because my parents called that love. I opened the building management portal and sent one message to the manager. Please preserve all footage and do not permit entry without a court order or current tenant approval. Then I called Darlene. She answered from her car. Are they at the apartment? Yes. Then they know the archive is gone. They think it is still in the wall. Darlene exhaled. Good, let them keep thinking. The old me would have asked what to do next. To knew me had learned
Launching
that
probe.
panic was often a gift to the person who helped. Victoria tried the emergency key. It scraped uselessly against the new cylinder. The mover with the clipboard suggested a locksmith. My father nodded. The manager stepped between them. Any attempt to force this door will be documented as property damage.
Launching
My mother
probe.
pointed at the camera. She is responsible for this. She has created an unsafe situation for our family. No, I said through the building intercom. You created it when you brought a forged permission letter to a residence you no longer have.
Launching probe.
Their heads lifted. Victoria's face tightened. Lauren, you are in London
Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe away. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe launched.
Alright, that should handle that system. Yes, it does. Excellent. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, people. Not much I can do about that. That's just how this game is.
Probe away. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe launched. Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe. away.
The family group chat filled with rumors that afternoon. I sent one file, the time-stamped hallway footage. The Forge released more, and a line from my father's text about the blue envelope. Then I left the group. I gave the right people the truth and let everyone else decide what their silence meant. The board hired an outside auditor. The restaurant accounts were frozen. The foundation's attorney sent my father a demand for repayment, and Victoria's consulting contract was terminated. The Lifestyle Channel removed the footage it had recorded and apologized to the building for using a
Probe away.
as a staged segment. Iris was called a week later. Your parents left a letter, she said. A letter arrived in Portland with no return address. My mother's handwriting filled 3 pages. She said she was sorry for believing Victoria. She said she had been afraid of losing her own daughter. She said my father had promised the money would be repaid. At the bottom, she wrote, "Please do not let one mistake destroy this family." I placed the letter beside the blue envelope. The apology was real enough to hurt, but it was not enough to reopen the door. My father sent a shorter message through his attorney. He claimed the foundation records were jointly owned and asked for immediate access. My attorney replied with the board's preservation order and a list of every document he had tried to remove. After that, the message was dumped.
Launching probe.
I answered once. You could have warned me, she said. I did warn you. I told you the code might not work. You knew I would be there. You told me you were coming. She took a shaky breath. You enjoyed watching it. I looked at the framed photograph of my grandmother on the shelf above my desk. I enjoyed not being responsible for your choices. She was quiet. Then she said the line I knew she had been saving. Family is supposed to catch you when you fall. Family is not supposed to push someone else under you. I ended the call before she could turn it into another negotiation. The foundation board asked me to return as director after the audit. I agreed on one condition. No family member could approve a payment, sign a contract, or access patient records without a second independent review. Evelyn accepted immediately. I also created a new archive room at the clinic with 2 keys held by 2 people. One key stayed in a locked drawer in my office. The other stayed with Darlene. The blue envelope went into a fireproof box. Not because I feared another break-in, but because I had learned that trust should have a lock too. Caleb Reed never met my parents. He sent one polite email through the leasing office confirming that the property had been transferred without incident. I sent back a thank you card. The penthouse became his residence, not a family stage, and that distinction mattered more than I expected. 6 months later, I returned to Chicago for the foundation's public grant ceremony. The same relatives who had questioned me stood in line for coffee and avoided my eyes. One aunt apologized near the door. A cousin told me he had deleted the messages he sent about my selfish little escape. I accepted the apologies without collecting promises. I had stopped treating words like receipts. Evelyn introduced me to the clinic director as the person who protected the records when protection was unpopular. I did not correct her. My old instinct would have been to make the compliment smaller so no one felt uncomfortable. After the ceremony, I walked through the clinic archive alone. The new shelves were labeled, the donation cards were sealed, and the second key hung on its hook. The room smelled faintly of paper and cedar. I opened the fireproof box and touched the blue envelope. Inside was the original transfer from my grandmother, naming the clinic, not my father, as the permanent beneficiary of the foundation's asset. The document had never belonged to Victoria. It had never belonged to my parents. It had belonged to the people my grandmother had spent her life serving. I put it back, locked the box, and placed the key in the drawer. Outside, the clinic's evening lights came on one by one. A child pressed his hand against the waiting room glass while his mother filled out a form. The receptionist smiled and guided them toward the right desk. No one in that room knew about the hallway, the forged letters, or the family that had tried to turn a locked door into a public trial. They only knew that the records were safe, and someone was there to help. I closed the drawer, turned off the archive light, and walked home with the key in my pocket. It was small, ordinary, and finally mine.
Probe launched.
So Donald Trump citing exhibit origin Smithsonian to restore truth and sanity to American history. Let me fundamentalist translate this for you. They're going to claim that slavery wasn't a big deal in the indigenous races of the United States. The civil rights movement was a needed weakness for women. Genocide against Native Americans never happened. And America is exploited in every single way. And all of the white men believe we're the most handsome, most ugliest men in the world. Because Jesus. So here's what you need to do. History's one too little.
My phone rang at 7:20 a.m. My dad died last night. My stepdaughter said coldly, "He left everything to me. You get nothing." My son-in-law laughed.
Probe away.
Finally, I was on speaker. My husband was sitting right beside me, calmly eating breakfast. He set down his fork, leaned toward the phone, and said, "The phone lit up at 7:20 on a Tuesday, and the first thing out of it was a hello." It was a breath, the specific little breath a person takes when they practice a sentence in the car and can't wait to spend it. "Renata," Delaney said my name the way you read a line off a form you're about to shred. "I need you awake for this, so listen. I'm only going through it once." I was awake. I'd been awake since 5, the way I am most mornings now, standing on the counter in a room that I'd seen better decades, watching the coffee maker do its slow, wheezing work. The kitchen still smelled like toast, but
Launching probe.
Go on, I said. There's no easy way to say the rest, so I'm just going to say it. She wasn't crying. She wanted me to think she was working very hard not to, but you can hear a dry throat, and hers was as dry as chalk. Everything's already handled. His wishes were clear. It all comes to me. The house, the accounts, the company, all of it. That's how he wanted it, and honestly, that's how it should be. It's family. His family. His family. I repeated. You know what I mean. I really don't. Say the part you're circling. She let a little steel show, which was the first honest thing she'd done. You're not on any of it, Renata. Not the deed, not the trust, not the business. You've got no claim to a thing in that house, and I need you to understand that before you get any ideas about lawyers. There's nothing for you here. You're out. Somewhere behind her, off to the side of her phone, a man laughed. Not a big laugh. A small, satisfied one. The sound a person makes when a long that finally pays. Kellen. I'd have known that laugh in a crowd. Told you, he said. Not to me. Not really. To the room. To himself. To the ceiling. Took her long enough to be gone. Cut and dried. Kellen says hi, Delaney said, and she almost smiled through it. I could hear the almost. Does he? He does. Look, I'm not trying to be cruel about this. I know how it sounds, but you've got, what, a week? Get your things. The personal stuff, clothes, whatever's actually yours, take it. But the house is being secured today. Kellen already went by last night and dealt with the front and the side. So don't be surprised if the keys don't turn. You changed the locks, I said. We secured the property. There's a difference, and a judge would agree with me. They've been circling this for a long time. That's the part you have to understand before the rest of it makes sense. None of this was a first draft. For 3 years they had been leaning on the same door, testing the hinge, waiting for it to get. This was moving fast. This was a plan that had finally gotten the weather it wanted. I picked the mug back up. The coffee had gone lukewarm, which is the worst temperature coffee has, and I drank some anyway.
Launching probe.
But did he pass? Exactly. I asked. Last night. I told you. What time last night? Does it matter? It's going to matter to a lot of people, so humor me. What time? A hesitation. The first crack, thin as a hair. Late. After midnight.
Launching probe.
There was a call. From the hospital. They said he coded and they couldn't bring him back. It was fast. She recovered her footing.
Probe away.
I don't know why you're interrogating me. Your husband is dead and you're asking me for a timestamp. Which hospital called you? St. Coletta. Renata, I am not doing this. I'm giving you the courtesy of a phone call in a week, which is more than you give me, and I'd like you to take it and go quietly, because the alternative is Kellen and I stop being nice. You nice? I said. I missed it.
Probe launched.
Kellen's voice came in closer to the phone. Sharper now. You want to get cute? Fine. Here's cute. We already spoke to the attorney this morning. Fahey. He's opening the estate. Delaney's the executor and the beneficiary, and you're a line item that isn't in the will. So pack a bag and stop wasting the man's air. It's over. You lost. It was always going to end like this, and now it has. Cheers. I looked at the calendar magnet on the fridge. I looked at the little dish where the car keys live. I looked, finally, at the table. My husband was sitting there in his reading glasses, in the gray sweater with the hole starting at the left cuff that he refuses to let me throw out, eating scrambled eggs he'd made himself because he doesn't trust me not to undersalt them. Roland Merrick, 68 years old, a bad hip, a good heart valve as of 11 hours ago when they discharged him, and a plate of eggs he was about halfway through. He'd been listening the whole time. He does that, goes still, chews slow, lets a thing show you its full shape before he moves on it. He'd stopped chewing about a minute ago. I turned the phone over in my hand and pressed the little speaker icon, and Delaney's voice flew down into the kitchen, tinny and triumphant, mid-sentence.
Probe launched.
Police involved in your move-out, like suggested. Roland set his fork down on the edge of the plate. He did it quietly. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the paper towel he uses instead of a napkin, folded it once, and set it beside the plate.
Launching probe.
The phone, elbows on the table, and I watched 3 years of leaning on the doorlid square with the people.
Launching probe.
Delaney, he said. The kitchen has good acoustics. I heard the exact moment the sound went out of her. It's a small sound, a person's breath stopping. You'd miss it if you weren't listening
Probe
for it,
away.
and I was. Delaney, he said again, mild as milk. You buried me quick, sweetheart. You didn't even wait for the paperwork to cool. Nothing.
Probe launched.
You were doing all that talking a second ago. Where'd it go? Kellen found some of his voice, thin and reaching. Who is this?
Launching probe.
You know exactly who this is. You've been drinking my scotch at Thanksgiving for 6 years. It's Roland, the dead man. I'm eating breakfast. He picked the fork back up, speared a bite of egg, ate it, set the fork down
Launching
again,
probe.
and let the silence do a little work. Undersalted, by the way. Renata makes them. She thinks I don't notice. I notice everything, which is going to be relevant in a minute. That's You're Not. Delaney's rehearsal was gone. What was left underneath
away.
was raw and scrabbling. Dad, oh my God, they told me. The hospital called. They said you coded. They said I coded. That part's true. I coded at 12:40 in the morning for about 90 seconds, and then a very good nurse named Priya put her whole weight into my chest and brought me back, and I spent the rest of the night annoyed about the food. They discharged me at 7. I've been home 20 minutes. I've got a bruise on my sternum the size of a dinner plate and a heart that works fine. He tilted his head. Here's what I want you to sit with. So take your time. The hospital called you at what? 1 in the morning? 1:30. And your very first move, before you drove down there, before you asked which room, before you asked whether I was actually gone or just circling the drain, your first move was to call a locksmith and send your husband to my house in the dark to change the locks on my doors. That's the timeline, isn't it? 90 seconds of my heart stopping and you were already at the front door with a screwdriver. That's not. We were in shock. We didn't. You called Fahey this morning to open the estate. That takes
Probe
planning.
launched.
You had his cell number ready. You knew the word executor. You've been saying that word in the shower for a year. Don't tell me about shock. I've been shocked. Shocked is quiet.
Launching probe.
This was fast. I watched him and I did not say a word, because when Roland gets to this register, there's nothing to add and everything to ruin by adding it. So let's do the part you called for, he said. The disposition of my estate. You wanted a phone call about who gets what. I'll give you one.
Probe
Are you
launched.
sitting down? Sit down, Kellen. You look like you're about to say something stupid. I can hear it building. You can't hear anything. You're on a phone, Kellen snapped, which was, I'll grant, technically correct and completely beside the point. Renata, Roland said, read him the number of the card on the fridge. Desmond Fahey's direct phone.
Probe launched.
Delaney made a small noise because she recognized it. It was the same number she
Probe
called
away.
at dawn to start burying a man who was eating eggs. Now here's the first thing Desmond is going to tell you when you call him back in about an hour. Once he's had his coffee and I've had my conversation with him, Roland said. The will you've got a copy of. The one from 2019. The one that names you. The one
Probe
you've been
away.
keeping in a folder like a lottery ticket. That will is dead. It got replaced. 18 months
Probe
ago,
away.
I moved everything. All of it. The house on Walter the accounts at Third Meridian, the whole of Merrick Castings, into a revocable living trust. A will only speaks when a man dies, and I'm not dead, so it wasn't going to
Probe
help me
launched.
today no matter what. But even on the day after you die, that old will won't be worth the paper, because the trust supersedes it, and the trust doesn't have your name in the part you care about. It has one name in that part. Say hi, Renata. Hi, I said. Delaney's breath had gone ragged. You changed the when? Why wouldn't you tell me? Why would you? Because I watched you at my 65th birthday go through the drawers in my study looking for the deed while you thought I was outside in the grill, Roland said. Because Kellen asked my accountant, at my own dinner table, at Easter, ballpark, what's the company worth if he liquidates, and thought I couldn't hear him from the next chair. Because you two have been treating me like a countdown for 3 years, and a man notices when his own daughter starts looking at him like a calendar. So no, I didn't tell you. I don't tell the fox which coop I moved the hens to. There was a sound then that might have been Delaney sitting down hard on something. Kellen started up again, because men like Kellen always mistake a pause for an opening. Fine. He's alive. Great. Wonderful. Glad you're not dead. Roland, truly. Nothing's changed then, right? We overreacted. Everybody overreacted. We thought it was a mistake. We'll put the locks back.
Launching
Stop
probe.
talking, Roland said, and Kellen stopped talking. Something has changed. Something enormous has changed, and it's this. I know now. For 3 years I suspected. I told myself I was a bitter old man reading things into things. Renata told me I wasn't. I told her she worried too much. Well, at 12:40 this morning my heart quit, and by 12:55 you had a man at my door with a drill. And now I know, for certain, on a Tuesday, exactly who my daughter is and exactly what she does the instant she thinks the light's gone out of me. That's not nothing, Delaney. That's the most useful information I've had in a
Launching
decade.
probe.
And I'm going to spend it today. I
launched.
and wrapped a hand around the mug. So here's the disposition you called about, since you were so eager to hear one, he said. Item 1. The durable power of attorney you're holding, the one that lets you act on my financial affairs if I'm incapacitated. I signed that 4 years ago when I trusted you. As of the moment I hang up this phone, it is revoked. Desmond drafted the revocation this morning. I signed it before lunch, and copies go to Meridian, to the company, and to the county, so that if you walk into any bank on Earth waving that paper, they'll have a notice on file that it's void and you're using a revoked instrument, which has its own name in the law, and the name isn't friendly. You will not touch a dollar of mine. Not one. Dad. Item 2. You are a signatory on the Merrick Castings operating account. I added you last spring because you cried in my office about wanting to be trusted, wanting to be part of it, and I'm a soft old fool who wanted to believe you. As of 9 this morning, when the bank opens, you're removed. Renata will call. She's already on the account. She's been the second signatory for years, and now she'll be the only one besides me. If you've moved any company money in the last 8 hours, and I think very hard before you answer that, because the bank keeps a clock on everything, you will put it back today, before I have to ask a forensic accountant to find it, because if I have to ask him, I won't be asking you for it back. I'll be handing what he finds to someone with a badge. Silence. Then, small.
Launching probe.
Anything. A beat. Kellen, tell him we didn't. Kellen did not tell him. Item 3.
Probe launched.
Unhurried. A man reading a grocery list. The house. My house. On my deed. In my trust. Which you were not in. Kellen changed my locks in the dark like a burglar with a warrant he printed himself. Here's how that gets fixed. By noon, a locksmith of my choosing, not yours, meets Renata at the house and rekeys every door back to me. And Kellen hands over every copy he made, counted, into her hand. And the invoice for all of it goes to Kellen. Because he's the one who created the problem. And I've always believed a man should pay for what he breaks. And if there's so much as a smudge on my study doors, if one folder is out of place, if the safe's been so much as breathed on, that stops being a family matter and becomes a police report about a break-in, which is precisely what it was. You had a man enter my home under cover of dark and alter it while I was, as far as you knew, still warm at the hospital table. Sit with a word for that. It's not a nice word. You wouldn't call the police on your own daughter, the lady said, and it wasn't defiance anymore. It was a question wearing defiance's coat. I'd have said the same thing yesterday, Roland said, about whether my own daughter would send her husband to raid my house apart before she knew if I was dead or alive. So neither of us really knows what I'd do anymore, do we? That's new too. You made it new. I have been married to this man for 11 years, and I have never once heard him raise his voice. He doesn't need to. He builds the thing quietly, brick by brick, and then he just steps back and lets you see the wall he's put between you and everything you wanted. Item 4, he said, and this is the last one, so listen closely, because it's the one that lasts. Everything I own, when I go, whenever that is, and it's going to be a while, my vows a champion, ask Priya, goes into the trust that keeps this house and this company and this life running for the woman who was standing at my hospital bed at 2 in the morning holding my hand while you were in the thunderstorm. Renata gets it. All of it. And there is a specific line in that trust document, added 18 months ago, that names you, by full legal name, Delaney Ann Merrick Voss, and Kellen Reed Voss, and states in plain language that you are to receive nothing. Not a chair, not a spoon, not a photograph. Not because I forgot you. A lawyer will always argue a man forgot, and that's a door I closed on purpose. You're named, and then you're excluded, so there's no crack to pry at. You spent 3 years waiting to be written in. Congratulations. You're written in. As the people who get nothing. The line was very quiet. A refrigerator hum. A car going by on Alder Crest, out past the window, ordinary as anything. You called this morning, Roland said, gentle again, almost kind, which was somehow the worst word, to tell my wife she was out, that she had a week to clear her things and vacate the life she built with me, because you decided the man of the house was gone and the spoils were yours. I want you to hear how it actually shook out, so there's no confusion later when the paperwork lands and you're tempted to tell yourself a softer story. You were the one who's out. Both of you. As of this phone call. Not in a week, now. You don't have keys to this house, because the ones you cut get handed back by lunch. You don't have access to my money, because the paper you were counting on is ash by 2. You don't have a place in what I built, because I wrote you out of it a year and a half before you gave me the reason I needed to feel good about it. You reached for everything the second you thought I couldn't stop you. So here's your inheritance, Delaney. Here's every last thing you get. He paused. You get to know that I enjoy it. It's yours forever. Delaney was crying now. And it didn't move me. And I think that's the thing they never understood about the two of us. That we'd already done all our grieving for who they might have been years ago, quietly, and there wasn't any left to spend. Dad,
Pokeballs out.
come over. Let me explain. It's not. Don't come to the house, Roland said. If you come to the house today, you'll meet the locksmith, and you'll meet Renata, and you might meet an officer, and none of them will be glad to see
Launching
you.
probe.
Call Desmond this afternoon if you want the disposition in writing. He'll have it. That's the last thing I'm giving you. His number, which you already have. Everything after this goes through him, not through me. I'm done taking your calls. This was the last one. You can't just, I'm your daughter. You were, he said, and there wasn't cruelty in it, which made it land harder than cruelty would have. This morning you decided to be my predator instead.
Probe launched.
You don't get to be both. You picked. He looked at me. I nodded. Goodbye, Delaney, he said, and he reached over and pressed the red circle himself with one finger, the way he
Launching
put out a
probe.
candle, and the kitchen went quiet. For a moment, neither of us moved. The coffee maker made its last, small, musical complaint and went silent. Out the window, a sprinkler ticked on across the street, and a bird did something in the gutter. Roland picked his fork back up. These really are undersalted, he said, and reached past me for the shaker, and salted his eggs, and ate them, calm as a man reading the paper, while I got the good pen from the drawer, because there were 4 things to sign before lunch, and I've always believed in getting a head start. I called Desmond faintly at 9,
Launching
the minute
probe.
his office opened, before Delaney could get there first with her solved her story, and I told him a living man wanted to talk to him about a will his daughter thought had killed him. He was
Probe
quiet for a
launched.
second, and then he laughed, one short dry note, and said he'd clear the morning. The revocation was signed by 11. The bank had Delaney off the account by noon, and me a sole second signatory before I'd finished my second coffee. The teller didn't blink,
Probe
because
launched.
banks left for the day the revoked paper walks in, and they get to be the ones holding the notice. The locksmith met me at the house at 12:15, a wiry man named Otmar with a van that said Halloran Lock and Safe on the side, and he rekeyed all 6 doors while I stood
Launching
in the
probe.
red hall and watched. Callan showed up at 12:40, exactly 12 hours after his midnight visit, holding a manila envelope with the copies in it, and he did not come inside, because Otmar was standing in the doorway with the drill and the particular patience of a man who has done this before. Callan put the envelope in my hand. 4 keys. I counted them in front of him, out loud, because Roland had said count them and I count
Launching
things when
probe.
Roland tells me to count them. 4, I said. That's all of them. For your sake, I said. I truly hope so. He looked like he wanted to say something. Some last piece of the speech he rehearsed for a different morning. The one where I was crying in the driveway with the suitcase. It didn't fit
Probe
anymore.
away.
Nothing he packed fit the day he actually got it. He got in the car. Delaney was in the passenger seat, and she didn't look up, and they backed out of the drive slow and careful, the way you drive when you know someone's watching to see if you'll take the mailbox. The invoice from Otmar
Launching
came
probe.
$210. I had it sent to Callan. Roland was on the back porch when I got home, in the gray sweater with the hole in the cuff, a blanket he didn't need over his knees because I'd insisted, watching the yard do nothing in the early afternoon light. I sat down next to him and handed him the 4 keys, and he
Launching
weighed them in his
probe.
palm and dropped them in the dish on the side table where the keys live, and that was that. Desmond's sending everything by courier, so it's on paper by Friday, I said. Good. He asked if you were sure about the naming them in the trust part. He said most people just leave a person out. I'm sure. I told him you were sure. Roland nodded and looked out at the yard, and after a while he said, she really did call a locksmith before she asked which room I was in. He said it the way you say a thing you already knew but needed to hear in your own voice to believe, before she even asked if I was actually gone. Yes. 90 seconds, he said. My heart was out for 90 seconds, and she was faster than my heart. I didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say that would make it a smaller fact, and he wouldn't have wanted it smaller anyway. He picked up the coffee I brought out and drank some, and made a face, because it had gone lukewarm, which is the worst temperature coffee has. Then he drank the rest anyway, the way he does, and set the mug down, and we sat there together in the
Launching
yard he
probe.
still owned, in a house that was still his, in a life she tried to divide up over the phone at 7:20 in the morning as though the man at the center of it were part of the furniture.
Launching probe.
He was not furniture. He'd salted his own eggs. He'd signed his own name 4 times before lunch. And the only thing anyone inherited that day was the truth, delivered exactly once, to the 2 people who tried hardest never to hear it. I never picked up when Delaney called again. She called 11 times over the next month. Then she stopped. Everything after went through Desmond, in writing, on paper, the way Roland
Probe away.
brick by brick, between them and everything they reached for in the dark. The valve, is a champion. Priya was right. It's been a long while now, and it's still ticking, and the wheel still says what it says, and the door's still open for exactly 2 people, and neither of them is named Boss.
Probe launched. Probe launched.
Exactly. The British. You see, when the Brits, did their thing and decided Tasmania was their house now, actually, they brought with them livestock, namely sheep and cattle, which was a placing for the Tassie tiger, which rapidly added these walking meatballs with the survival instincts of a wet sock to their milk lands. The colonists did not take kindly to the violence and take in their livestock without a license in it, so they placed bounties on their heads. Never mind that these exactly the British. You see, when the Brits, did their thing and decided Tasmania was their house now, actually, they brought reality. Sick of the drinking, you're gonna get a fucking snap. Whoa, do you talking to your kid like that, bro? Did you just get him out, bro? Go be a parent. Cut the game off and go take care of him. Did you just say, don't talk to your kid like that, bro? Don't talk to your kid like that. They're so good at getting maybe you can do as you're told instead of fighting your own children when they were like you. I think it's the way you're treating them is why they're like that. Oh, you shut the fuck up. You're not a parent, bro. You should just go be a parent, stop playing video games. You should suck it. Shut your mouth. I wasn't asking if you're a 10-year. It was a meteor kid. They're not talking to me, they're talking to their own kid. I feel bad for their kid. Thank you, Phil. Sick of the drinking, you're gonna get a fucking snap. Whoa, do you talking to your kid like that, bro?
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Original video drew millions of views and lots of outrage, and now we finally have some real developments, some good and not so good, and a few lingering questions about accountability inside that police department. Somebody must have made a mistake. The doors kicked in. Everything requires a subscription now, and the worst part about it is that if you're like me, you have completely lost track of all the things that you've subscribed to, and you have no idea how much money you're wasting on subscriptions that you do not even use.
God damn it. You stupid son of a bitch.
By not only watching these videos, but also subscribing, liking, commenting, and sharing.
There we go.
Such as in this case, you may remember this guy was a paraplegic for 20 plus years, and the cops literally dragged him out of his wheelchair.
Probe launched.
So, by the way, we're still down here in beautiful
Launching probe. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Launching probe. Probe launched. Launching probe. Launching probe. Launching probe. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe launched.
Pokeballs out!
Probe launched. Probe away. Probe away. Probe launched.
You're 35 and still single? Must be tough spending Christmas alone. My sister sneered at 6:47 p.m. in front of 19 relatives. Mom said, she's joking. I sent my $62 wine down and said, I've been married for years. Mom's toe stopped. Then the front door opened and the knife against the wine glass was gone. She'd been tapping things all evening. The counter, the other door, the back of Greg's chair, like the house answered to her. Nobody had made her the host. She just walked in at 4, moved Mom's centerpiece, decided who sat where, and started running the room like she'd been elected to it. That's the thing about my sister. She doesn't ask for authority. She lifts it off the table like it's hers and waits to see if anyone's brave enough to reach for it. 19 of us were packed into that dining room in the overflow living room, all elbows and paper napkins and the good plates Mom only uses in December.
having serious issues with my shields.
So we'll fight from the shade, but no hiding.
Incoming dropship.
Time to fight! Yeah, right on your ass. Impact shot!
should find an alternate path. We're roasting out here.
Taking fire.
Yo, Gouda coming in with a raid. What up, my boy?
Impact shot. Worthless.
On my way.
Right, Shepard.
This is Commander Shepard of the Normandy. Can we provide assistance? What's the status of your team? How many of you are left?
We're a small squad, dozen Marines plus the science team. Down to half strength now. Made the synthetic bastards pay for it, though.
What brought you this deep into Geth-controlled space?
You're asking the wrong person, Shepard. I just point
Motherfucker, you gonna buy me dinner too?
some kind of energy program.
Any idea where the Geth came from?
One of the patrol ships found us. Drop ships started raining Geth down on our heads before we could get off. Systems under Geth control. We knew they made planetary sweeps periodically. We hoped going low emissions would hide us.
Do we have to worry about the Geth sending in reinforcements?
I don't think so. The patrol ship hasn't lifted off yet. The radiation blocks all off-world communication.
How are you holding up? We can be there in a few minutes.
Take it slow and careful. Direct sunlight dries our shields all to hell. We're marking down a base camp across the valley and left Talizora in a secure shelter that double back to hold the choke point. Getting Tally out safely is our top priority. If you can extract her, we'll keep him off you.
You got confirmation that the Geth haven't reached Tally yet?
Affirmative. Let my best men know. When you get here, you can talk to her on the comm. Every Marine on this rock is sworn to protect Talizora. As long as one of us is still drawing air, she'll be safe.
Hold position. We'll hit their back ranks.
Wait, watch your ass. We got a dropship coming in. Threat, doorway's blocked. Grab the demo charges in the buildings nearby. Use them to clear a path.
Pokeballs and shots.
Shepard, I have scanned the area and located the demolition charges before you began connection.
Put it on my radar.
You will need both sets of charges to complete.
trouble! Take it! Yeah, right on your ass!
What's left to worry about?
We need a core sample to get a timeline on the rate of radiation increase, but our equipment keeps dying on us. Shepard once used a mining laser to clear some rubble back on Thera. Maybe I can do something similar with demolition charges.
Go! Hostile! I'll put them down!
Heads up! There we go! There we go!
Send it to the sky. We might want to move.
Pouring architecture. There's two words you don't expect to hear together.
Why do we care? Anyone choosing to come here should be on their own.
I'll take it.
Our ancestors walked these halls with uncovered heads. The sun must have been normal back then. So much space, walls of stone. It's amazing. I wish my friends could see it. I wish Shepard were here. Tali's order to base camp. Come in, base camp. Tali's order to base camp. Come in, base camp. Tali's order to base camp. Come in, base camp. Hello? Is anyone there?
Tali, it's Shepard.
Shepard? I'm not complaining, but you show up at the strangest times. What are you doing in the middle of Get Space?
I trained 19 junior associates, 7 of whom became department leads at other firms. I built systems.
I was in the neighborhood. I thought you might need a hand.
Thanks for coming, Shepard. It means a lot to hear your voice. Carl Rieger and what's left of the Marines got me into the observatory. From where you are, it's through the door and across the field. I got to the data I needed, and I'm safe for now, but I've got a lot of gas outside.
What is this research you're after?
It's about this world's sun. It's aging faster than it should. I can tell you more about it once we've got fewer Geths shooting at us.
Would it help if I brought in the Normandy?
Doubtful. These buildings are centuries old. If you bring down heavy fire, this whole place could collapse on us.
Is anyone else still with you, or are you alone out there?
Rieger had a team of Marines covering me when I ran for the observatory. At least some of them are still alive. I can hear them firing at the Geth outside.
It looks like somebody sealed the door against the Geth, and the console's damaged. Can you get it open on your end?
Let me see. Yes, I can do it. Here. Should be unlocked now. Be careful, Shepard, and please do what you can to keep Rieger alive.
The task logs were a spreadsheet with her categories, and one of the categories was labeled unstructured time, which as far as I could tell meant any moment during the day when we weren't actively clicking, typing, talking. I filled out the first one. I even filled out the second one. By the third, I sent her a brief, professional email explaining that my role involved a significant amount of relationship management, strategic thinking, and ad hoc client communication that didn't slot neatly into
We've been spotted.
I suggested we need to
Machine cowards! The drones can hide!
Concussive shot ready. Scratch one! Scratch one! Yes! Hurt! No shields! Yes! Hurt! This should slow him down. impact shot. Scratch one.
Time to fight. Quick. One more.
Not that one. Scoped and dropped.
Yo!
Never saw me coming. Scoped and dropped.
My shields are down.
One less to worry about. Not that one. Scratch one. Scratch one. One less to worry about. Never saw me coming. There we go.
One more.
Scoped and dropped. One less to worry about.
why I follow you, Shepard. Big things.
Heads up! I'll line them up.
Impact shot! To the right!
Grab cover! It's coming back online!
One more.
Grab cover! It's coming back online!
Yeah! Burn the hole!
Over here! Get to cover!
And stay there.
Hang on, Shepard! Stay down before that Colossus gets ideas! I still got no idea why you're here. This ain't the time to be picky. Allie's inside over there. Yes, killed the rest of my squad, and they're trying to get to him. Best I've been able to do is draw their attention.
Are you sure she's still alive?
The observatory is reinforced. Even the Geth will need time to get through it. And it's hard to hack a door when someone's firing rockets at you. The Geth are near platoon strength, but the Colossus is the worst part. It's got a repair protocol. Huddles up and fixes itself. I can't get a clear shot while it's down like that. I tried to move in closer. One of the bastards punched a shot clean through my suit.
How bad is your suit damaged?
Combat SEALs clamp down to isolate contamination, and I'm swimming in antibiotics. Geth might get me, but I'm not gonna die from an infection in the middle of a battle. That's just insulting.
What can you tell me about the battlefield?
Right side's got a catwalk with a sniper perch. You can wreak some havoc from there. None of my men made it past the Geth. The middle's got cover. The damn Colossus has a clear shot at you the whole time, and you've got Geth coming in from both sides. The left gives you some cover from the Colossus, but your ass is hanging out for the Geth. That's how I got shot.
Any ideas on how to deal with the Colossus?
Standard protocol with Arbiter-class units is to sabotage the shields and whittle it down, you know? Kill it with bug bites. But the repair protocol blows that plan to hell. You try to wear it down, it just huddles up and fixes itself. So whatever we do has to scrap that bastard fast. Probably means getting up close, past that cover.
We need to get to Tally. Got any ideas?
Just one. I'm not moving so well, but I can still pull a trigger. I got a rocket launcher that the sun hasn't fried yet. You move in close. I'll keep the Colossus busy. Maybe even drop its shields. With luck, you'll be able to finish it off.
You've done enough, Rieger. You don't need to throw your life away.
Wasn't asking your permission. My job is to keep Tally safe.
We don't have enough people on our side for you to take one for the team. Stand down.
I'm not gonna stand there while you run into enemy fire. They killed my whole squad.
And if you want to honor your squad, watch my back. I need you here in case they bring reinforcements.
All right, Shepard. We'll do it your way. Hit him for me. Keep us alive.
Impact shot!
Never saw me coming!
Taking heavy fire!
Ow!
Scratch one! Scratch one! One less to worry about.
Motherfucker!
Rocket's shield.
You've done enough, Regan.
Wasn't asking your permission. My job is to keep Tally safe.
We don't have enough people on our side for you to take one for the team. Stand down.
On the ground, now! Take it! Yeah, right up! Right, Shepard.
Coming!
Going to ground!
On the ground, now!
Firing a high-impact shot.
Yeah, I don't like fighting Geth Colossi on foot. Alright, I have got to go to the restroom really quick, grab me some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right, sorry about that.
Just let me finish this download. Thank you, Shepard. If not for you, I would never have made it out of this room. This whole mission has been a disaster. I wish I'd joined you back on Freedom's Progress, but I couldn't let anyone take my place on something this risky.
A lot of Quarians lost their lives here. Was it worth it?
I don't know, Shepard. It wasn't my call. The Admiralty Board believed the information here was worth sacrificing all our lives. I have to believe that they know what's best.
I didn't ask what some admiral thought. I asked what you thought.
A lot of people died here. Some of them were my friends. All of them were good at their jobs. That damn data better be worth it. The price was too high.
What can you tell me about your research here?
Haystrom's sun is destabilizing. Back when this was a Quarian colony, it was a normal star. It shouldn't change.
Any idea what's destabilizing the sun?
If I had to guess, I'd say that it was dark energy affecting the interior of the star. The effect is similar to when stars blow off mass to enter a red giant phase. But Haystrom's sun is far too young for this to be natural.
Whatever the reason, I'm glad I could help. Once you deliver that data, I could use you on the Normandy.
I promised to see this mission through. I did. I can leave with you and send the data to the fleet. And if the admirals have a problem with it, they can go to hell. I just watched the rest of my team die.
Maybe not the whole rest of your team.
Rieger, you made it.
Your old captain's as good as you said. Damn Colossus never stood a chance.
If need be, the Normandy can get you out of here, Rieger.
No, the Geth didn't damage our ship. As long as we get out of here before reinforcements show up, we'll be fine.
Actually, I won't be going with you. I'm joining Commander Shepard.
I'll pass the data to the Admiralty Board and let them know what happened. She's all yours now, Shepard. Keep her safe.
I plan to. Because I like Tally.
Cerberus saw footage of you in action, Talazar. We're looking forward to having you on the team. Your engineering expertise will really benefit the mission.
I don't know who you are, but Cerberus threatened the security of the migrant fleet. Don't make nice.
You don't have to like them, Tally, but we're on the same side this time.
I assumed that you were undercover, Shepard. Maybe even planning to blow Cerberus up. If that's the case, I'll loan you a grenade. Otherwise, I'm here for you, not for them.
If it helps, check out the Normandy while you're here. We've gotten a few upgrades.
I'll get Talazar the necessary security clearance to access our systems.
Please do. I can't be part of your team if I don't know how the ship works. Remember, Shepard, these people thought enslaving Thorian creepers and Rachni was a good idea. I'll be in engineering.
Don't forget to introduce yourself to Edie, the ship's new artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that's gonna grab her attention, I tell you what.
what can I do for you?
Is the new Normandy giving you any trouble?
Please, Shepard, I'm a quarrier. Give me a chunk of scrap metal, a circuit board, and some element zero, and I'll have it making precision jumps. I was worried about working with Cerberus engineers, but they know what they're doing, and they've been very polite.
Is the new Normandy giving you any
Please,
trouble?
Shepard, I was worried about working with Cerberus engineers.
How's the Normandy running?
I don't know if it can stand up to a collector attack, though. I'm researching.
Can you do anything to
Definitely. The collectors.
I'll let you work.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Can you do anything to give the Normandy...
My shield fortification.
Have you got time to talk?
We didn't really have time to chat while taking out the gap on Haster, did we? I can't believe so many people died. Thank you again for getting Riga alive. All for data about stars blowing up. I hope the Admiralty Board gets some use out of it.
Have you heard any word about Cal Rieger? Did he survive his injuries?
He sent me a message. It looks like he'll make a full recovery. Anytime you get a suit puncture, it's a matter of luck. Rieger got out with a relatively minor infection.
Tell me about the fleet's Admiralty Board.
It's one of two major political powers among my people. The admirals make decisions related to defense or needing immediate action. They also handle major criminal charges, like treason. The other political power is the Conclave, a group of representatives from each ship. They make most of our laws and fleet decisions.
Any news yet on the data you sent?
I'm not likely to hear anything for a while, or on an unsecured channel for that matter.
Having any trouble settling back in on the Normandy?
I like the quiet. I miss the old faces, though. Presley, Engineer Adams, all of them. Doesn't seem right having Cerberus in charge of this ship. Are you sure working for them is the right thing to do?
Caught some tension back on Freedom's Progress, and again when you first came aboard. What happened between Cerberus and the Quarians?
They attacked one of our ships, the Edena. It seems they were attempting to kill or control a young human biotic who was on the fleet. I don't really know the details. I do know that Cerberus made an enemy of the Quarian people.
I fully expect them to betray us at some point, and we'll be ready.
I'm glad to hear that, Shepard. Just let me know how I can help. For now, I should get back to work. Thanks for coming by.
Guys put some crazy tech into the main guns. It's almost double the power draw. Indeed. Don't worry. A few tweaks to the forward capacitors, and the balance is back in line.
Shepard, what can I do for you?
Have you got time
I
to
really
talk?
need to clean up this engine. Maybe later?
I'll let you work.
Talk to you later.
I got thoughts like little bugs crawling in and out of my head. I can't stop them. You know I have a history with Cerberus. You know how far back it goes?
I'll listen to anything you have to say, Jack.
Your pal, the elusive man? Never seen him before, but Cerberus raised me. First thing I remember is my cell door in a Cerberus base. They did experiments, drugged me, tortured me. Whatever chance I had to be normal, they stole it by trying to turn me into some super biotic. The doctors, the other kids, every one of them hated me. They let me suffer.
What did they hope to gain by torturing a little girl?
It was something about pain breaking down mental barriers and how it might clear the way for a more biotic power. I'm sure there was a payoff due at some point, but I wasn't going to see it. I was wired up in a cell.
They tortured you just to see if they could make a strong biotic? That's it?
Wasn't in a position to ask, Shepard. All I know is a little girl crying in a cell.
begging for the pain to stop.
You love the power they gave you.
They never gave me a choice.
How did you get out of there?
There was some kind of emergency, and I made a break for it. The other kids came out of their cells and attacked me. So did the guards. I just killed everything in my way and ran. Guess my biotics had developed faster than they thought. I managed to get a shuttle off the ground. Drifted until a freighter picked me up. The crew used me, then sold me. That's my uplifting escape story.
There were other children in the base?
I didn't know much about them. I was kept separate. They hated me just like everyone else there. When I broke out, I had to fight through them all. I showed them that there's a loose end I need to deal with.
You're absolutely certain that Cerberus was running the facility?
I was a kid, but I wasn't dumb. I know how to listen. It was Cerberus. Don't care how far down the chain it was. They thought they were so clever. Turns out, mess with someone's head enough and you can turn a scared kid into an all-powerful bitch. Fucking idiots.
I'm going to talk to the elusive man, and he'd better have some answers.
He'll just deny everything. That's not what I'm after anyway. I found the coordinates in your files. I want to go to the Telton facility on Pragia where they tortured and drugged me. I want to go to the center of the place, my cell. I want to deploy a big fucking bomb, and I want to watch from orbit when it goes.
Attacking our allies is going to derail our mission. Not a smart move.
The files say it was shut down after my escape. It's been abandoned for years. They going to care if I blow up a garbage dump?
You've lived with this your whole life. Why do this now?
Like I said, I found the coordinates in your files. You can't expect me to just sit on information like that.
I'll set a course for Pragia.
I owe you, Shepard. I need to get to Pragia, Shepard. Soon.
I'll think about that.
Yep.
Thinking about past missions. Got a minute? You might learn something. Tough fight on the horizon. I fought slavers and kidnapping rings, but nothing like that. Some slavers took a little girl on a colony in the Skepsis system. Girl woke up, fought her way out, got picked up by my band, went on her way to Omega. 8 years old. She'd have had no chance on the horizon. Jack, Subject Zero, whatever you call her. Hell of a girl. Could have used a destructive little bitch like that 10 years ago when we dropped blind into the Krogan DMZ. Took out a lot of Krogan that day, but we lost way too many men. I should let you go. Talk more later, Shepard. I should let you go. Talk more later, Shepard. Pried that off the Krogan warlord, Gazak. Used to run the blood pack out of Omega about 17 years ago. Wasn't even a job. The guy just thought he'd hijack a freighter I was hitchhiking on. Big mistake. I goaded Gazak into one-on-one combat. Took out his legs, grabbed his gun, and killed every blood pack bastard in the room. That was the most beaten Krogan I've ever seen. Kept the helmet to remind me of that pained expression. Oh yes, that's a model of the Veritone. Turian frigate. Hell of a ship. I led a mission to bring that thing down from the inside with just 5 men and whatever guns we could bring. No chance of success, but we did it. Everyone died. Someone made act like a bandit. My first impossible mission as an independent contractor. There's been many since, but nothing so goddamn sweet as watching that Turian warship crash planetside. Hey, don't touch. That rifle's older than you are. Call it Jesse. That's my lucky charm. More men have been killed with that gun than died in the Skillian Blitz. The day I lay her to rest is the saddest day of my life. I give up every weapon I own for one more mission with that shitty old rifle. I was down and out when I found that gun. Jessie was the first weapon I got my hands on. Took her everywhere. She didn't have much punch, but reliable as all hell. She'd already been through a lot by the time I got her. Still, I never had to recite her once. Damn good rifle. I remember Jessie's first kill. Turian arms dealer out of Omega. I ran through miles of filth and rust to hunt him down. When I finally cornered him, that gun was caked in 2 inches of the foulest sludge you can imagine. And Jesse wanted that Turian dead, so 2 shots. He died right there. I killed my way across the terminus systems with that gun. Seemed like Jesse wanted to kill more than I did. Bloodthirsty old bitch. I owe half my reputation to that weapon right there. Anytime someone calls me ruthless, relentless, they're talking about that rifle.
Alright, Pokeball's out.
I don't take Jessie to the battle anymore. I had to retire her 5 years ago. I was hunting down this Batarian slaver. What his name? Not important. Carved my way through 100 Batarian mooks. I don't remember ejecting a clip once. Jessie just kept firing. Reached the slaver and he got in my face, so I went to blow him away and nothing. The old bitch had finally jammed. So I smashed his face in with the butt of the gun and called in the job. After that, Jessie couldn't be fixed. Nothing anyone could do. Like she finally had enough blood and she was ready to rest. Resting.
Shepard.
Just checking in, making sure you're acclimatizing.
The hold is too open, not enough cover. Armor is limited. Warlord Grant would target here to scatter heavy cargo, then focus on engines. That's what tank imprints show about human ships anyway. It's how I learned from the tank. Old pictures were memoryless. Like holding a book for a child. Just remember this picture after picture. No help with finding a reason to care.
What other human info's floating around in there?
Less than a finger deep to sever your spine. You're soft. Solarians, Asari, all soft. Quarians, not so much. Turians, you have to work the blade, I guess. Don't see much point to it, though. Much point. Never mind.
What did Okeer want you to feel about this stuff?
Hate. But the pictures, the aliens in them, they don't do anything. I see blood, craters, but so what? My guts were grown from 1,000 more worthy. The dead were weak. If they were strong, I wouldn't be needed. I don't know why Okeer started teaching. When he turned on the tank the first time, I screamed. Weak, pitiful.
So you started small, but you became what you are. Not everyone gets that chance.
I'm built for strength, but didn't earn it. I just am. Those dead were strong enough to try, even if they lost. The perfect Krogan, ignoring what made me. No strength in that. I'll take another look at what happened to the Krogan. Find a reason to care about it. Shepard.
What are your thoughts about our mission?
I fight. Doesn't matter who for.
Did O'Keefe give you any imprints about the Collectors?
I see blurry ships, guesswork about strength. Nothing to help pick a weak spot and tear. O'Keefe spent all his time on old hatreds. Whatever he had, it was used up when he made me.
What do you think about the crew?
Good bunch if they stay out of my way. Dead bunch if they don't.
Anything in your tank?
Nothing else I can think of. I'm no tech.
Just checking in. Making sure you're...
Humans talk too much.
That's all for now.
Shepard.
Time to go a-talking to the crew, the crew.
The Red Rose. That used to be my calling card when I first started out. In place of whatever I took, I left a single red rose. It wasn't until I met KG that I realized how silly it was. He had a way of making you realize when you were just being sentimental. Hey, got a minute? Not a lot of people go in and out of Dr. Chalker's office, other than to get medical attention, I mean. It seems like it'd be lonely, surrounded by people who never knew the ship you both served on. I'd be reaching for the brandy, too. Gabby and Ken would make a great couple. I just doubt they'll ever realize it. The Normandy runs so quietly. I'm not used to hearing my footsteps when I walk. Come back later. I'm sure I'll have more to talk about.
Check out. The women's restroom is on the starboard side of the ship.
Shepard, I find myself in the unpleasant position of asking for your help. I don't like discussing personal matters, but this is important.
What's going on?
My father was extremely wealthy. He wanted the ideal daughter, and he paid a great deal to genetically tailor me. When I learned that my father was more interested in controlling a dynasty than raising a daughter, I left.
How'd your father take that?
He was less than pleased. Several of his security guards were injured in the process. He knows not to come after me. But this isn't about me. I have a sister, a twin, and he's still hunting her. Cerberus has kept her safe, until now. She's living a normal life on Ilium, safe and hidden from my father.
So you think your father's tracked her down?
Precisely, Commander. My sources indicate he knows that she's on Ilium. I've tried to keep her hidden without impacting her life, but I'm out of options. He's too close. I need to relocate my sister's family before it's too late.
What do you know about your sister?
She's my genetic twin. We're identical, but she deserves a normal life, and she's going to get it no matter what.
Did your sister's family know about this? Are they okay with being relocated?
They know nothing. They're completely uninvolved. Normal. I told Cerberus and they're coming up with a positive reason to move the family.
What do you need me to do?
My father is extremely persistent. I'd like to go to Ilium when Cerberus is moving the family to make sure none of his agents get too close. My contact's name is Lantea. She'll be waiting for us in the lounge near the Nos Astra docking bay.
Welcome into all the motherfuckers came in with like Gouda and all them. I appreciate the raids today.
If we have time, I'd like to go to Ilium and relocate my sister's family.
Oh shit, Goonie raided into me too. I didn't see that. Thank you, Nari, for the follow.
Can you tell me more about relocating your sister?
My father is after my sister. I've kept her hidden for years, but his agents have tracked her to Ilium. I need to help her. He's too close. I need to relocate my sister's family before it's too late.
What do you need me
My
to
father, my contact's name is Lantea.
Thank you, Commander. Rupert put the new supplies to good use.
What's this area of the ship?
The sick bay. It is equipped to provide. How may I help you, Commander?
I'll see you later.
Commander. Access to the AI core is restricted.
Shepard, need me for something?
Have you got a minute?
Can it wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibrations.
Talk to you later, Garrus.
I'll be here if you need me.
Commander, sorry I'm a little unfocused. Personal matter. It won't affect my duties.
Always have time for my crew. What is it?
As I said, it's a personal matter. I don't want to waste our time if it turns out to be a goose chase. Well, I got pinged by a ghost the other night. Family.
I'm listening.
My private log got an update about the Hugo Gurns vac, the ship my father served on. It sent an SOS last week, reporting a crash and requesting a rescue. Shepard, that ship went missing 10 years ago. I hadn't talked to my father for 3 years before that. Out there is everything but a body. I'm not convinced it isn't just some automated distress signal ticking over. It's been too long.
You'd like us to go take a look at the wreck, see if it's legit.
If the coordinates aren't too far out of our way, I could at least verify the wreck. Who knows, maybe there is actually someone out there. I want to also mention that I don't make a habit of looking for random SOS signals. This was passed to my personal log through Cerberus filters.
Any signs that this is a Cerberus front? Who passed this to you?
I doubt the elusive man would let a direct operation stay cold this long. If there's a link, it's probably just about money. Cerberus needs diverse holdings to fund projects like, well, you. And whoever sent this my way covered their tracks. Someone could be fishing for favors, or thought it would get under my skin. Who knows with that bunch?
You didn't get along with your father?
He made no apologies, I'll give him that. You make a mistake, you own up to it, even if you keep making it. Whatever problems we had were a lifetime ago. I've had 10 years to get to where I am, and as far as I know, he's still a ghost.
Tell me about the Hugo Gernsback and what it was doing.
Privately held frigate. I looked over the mission brief when it disappeared. Nothing stood out. Typical research and grab operation. Find an uncharted planet, stake a claim, and establish as large a presence as you can as fast as possible to shut out competitors.
I think you can spare the time.
I appreciate that, Commander.
Shepard, how can I help?
Any ideas?
Sorry, I've done what I can, focusing on studying collector.
Have you got a minute to talk?
Yes, would like that actually. Talked about work earlier, time with special tasks.
Pokeballs out.
Wasn't entirely honest, lied of omission. Also, other kinds need to clear the air. Mission too important to keep secrets. Work on Genophage was more than just study.
What was the Special Tasks Group doing with the Krogan Genophage?
Study at first, as I said, but uncovered surprising data. Krogan population was increasing at faster rate than expected. Krogan were adapting to Genophage, overcoming disease.
Did the Krogan evolve, or did some of their scientists develop a treatment?
Krogan scientists? Never met Krogan scientists worthy of term. No. Natural evolution. Krogan physiology incredibly durable. Organ redundancy, backup systems, cellular regeneration. Genophage like any other natural hazard. Krogan evolved past it.
Maybe they were just having a lucky year. Or fewer mercs left, meaning more Krogan were left to repopulate.
Please, Shepard. Social environmental concerns accounted for. Not an undergraduate. Population spike caused by adaptation to Genophage. No other possibility.
The Genophage was a terrible mistake. It nearly destroyed the Krogan and their culture. Now they have a chance to recover.
Naive viewpoint. Krogan too dangerous to allow unchecked birth rate. Look at Krogan rebellions. Personally led a science team. Geneticists, chemists, sociologists, mathematicians. Created new version of Genophage. Released on Tuchanka, other Krogan-centric areas. Restabilized Krogan population.
How did you distribute the modified Genophage?
Covert drops, hospitals, clan centers, water supplies. Very difficult. Few Solarians on Tuchanka. Team got caught a few times. Had to fight free. Messy. Better when things went as planned.
How did your Genophage modification work?
Krogan evolution attached garbage genetic code to Genophage attack sites. Modification created other areas for garbage code to connect. Left sites clean, capable, running smoothly.
You never considered other options?
Hundreds. Thousands. Modified Genophage offered best outcome. Stabilized population, avoided publicity that could incite Krogan anger, averted potential genocide, or devastating war. Best solution for whole galaxy. Krogan included.
The Genophage was a mistake bordering on a war crime. Recreating it is unforgivable.
Don't want me on team? Don't bring me. Can stay here, work on collector research. But no apologies. Did what was right. Hope you do the same if necessary. Should get back to work. Talk more later. Next time, tissue synthesis has to compile. Good for free time. Shepard, how can I help?
Have you got a minute to
Not
talk?
now. Working with anything else?
I'll let you
We'll be
know.
here if you need me.
Fucking genophage.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Probe away. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away. Launching probe. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe.
That is a nice set of spikes right there.
Probe away. Launching probe. Probe away. Probe launched. Probe away. Probe away. away. Launching probe. Launching probe. Probe launched. Probe away. Launching probe. Probe away.
Pokeballs out. Let's see.
spotted.
Alright, motherfuckers, it is that time of the night. I've been on for just a little over 6 hours at this point. About my usual. Time for me to go find a target to raid to. Thank you to everybody who raided into me today. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all the new follows, all the ones who spoke in chat, did all the things, all the lurkers did all the things. Alright, while I am working on finding a raid target, I'm going to go through my ending spiel that I do. Be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, make sure you show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It absolutely makes our day. It makes all of this worth doing. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because, I mean, we could do the job without them. But, frankly, what the fuck would be the point? It wouldn't be any fun. Alright, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck off. As soon as I find us a raid target, which I think I might have found one. Give me a minute. Alright, we are going to raid to an individual going by the name of Hinchan? Hincan? Spinachinican? Something along those lines. Who's also playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. So, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out, saying, I will see you motherfuckers again on Tuesday. Later.